Here, quite late, but that is what happens when I leave work at that at this time. So, just a quick warning on how the stream's going to work today. Olaf, lovely to see you. Thank you for sticking with me despite my weird scheduling. I hope you're doing well. I feel like I've said hi and I hope you're doing well a couple of times, but I never really get. I don't ask that as just a substitute for a greeting. I hope you are doing well, because I know it's always a weird hour whenever I'm getting started, and so I never really feel like I take the proper time to catch up with you. But your continued presence is very much appreciated. So, just a quick warning in terms of how the stream's gonna go. I got dinner and all of that, but I needed to get some laundry done as well. So the way I'm going to navigate those waters are, it's currently in the wash right now. I'm probably going to have to run in about 15 minutes to put it in the dryer, and then after that I'll probably need to grab that in about an hour or so. But yeah, I do want to, I do want to get the stream going rather than just sort of wait until the last possible minute to get started. And I was gonna say, I don't know, I suspect Twitch always isn't the best place to sort of catch up and stuff like that, but I tend to feel like we talk mostly on Twitch. So if you ever want to catch up or just vent or, don't hesitate to reach out. I don't know, Twitter, Discord, whatever. But I hope this stream winds up being an up. And I hope that you have a little bit more stability and an upward trajectory for the next little bit. All right, so we are going to be playing the early beta of the House of Light expansion. Normally I've read the sort of introductory material, but because I do sort of feel like I want to jump into the run as soon as I can, we're going to run ahead. Now, there's sort of a set of things that I would like to do in the game before we do our first Salon. So, we've sort of filled up the relevant rooms. So we've got the crusty bread, we've got the ham and potato bake, we've got roast potatoes, we've got a floating island. Incidentally, so right now this gives heart, nectar, edge, and forge. If I wanted to mess around with it, it says use bread with a knife and mushrooms, ham, pilchards, or other savory things, or add apples and spice for a classic English pudding. So if I wanted to see some of the other things that I can do with bread, we can actually do that here. So let's start with the knife. So we have ham here. Ham and cheese toasty. Do we have I don't think we have pilchards anymore. I'm gonna have to... I think I'm gonna have to think about how I'll get that. We have pickled mushrooms, but I don't think that's the same. Yep. You'll learn to like them. Other savory things. Surely the beef, yeah, beef's a little... Hello, Nearly Logical. I feel like this is your second dose of Book of Hours today. Ham and bread and potato. There we go. Plum croutons, grail, heart, and nectar. So I don't know. In this case here, I sort of feel like I want to keep. I just want to keep the crusty bread the way that it is. Yeah, keeps telling me to hatch the egg. That's not what I want. Surely I could put honey on bread. Nope. All right. But yeah, so one of the things I want to do is get this going. But the catch is that I know as a result, I'm going to wind up with lessons. And in fact, I also have a preliminal meter that I need to work out. And then I might be able to do the Journal of Walter de Wolf. I think it's likely that I'm going to be able to open up a couple more of these rooms. In fact, did I already... Looks like I'm not hiring anybody yet, but I should get on that. So in terms of overall priorities, one, I want to unlock the rooms that I can, so that I can see, that I can have a clear idea on what books I have available to me and which ones I need to work on. Excuse me. I want to make sure that the lessons have been properly dealt with. So I want to have a clear idea in terms of what I'm going to be using preliminal meter for and why, whether or not I should upgrade it. I also have colors in the liver, which I should be able to read and be able to commit the lesson for. And then from there, I want to actually invite the guests. Now, the good news is that we have more than enough ink. So even if it does wind up taking up all 4 inks, we're still good to go. In fact, I can also bring more people into my book. I've been trying to find some things to do with the occult scrap, but that's again, I've only so many actions that I can take. So that's a rough idea in terms of also messing around with Cultist Simulator. All right, you've got a lot on your plate then. So that's actually quite a bit. That's one of the reasons why I didn't want to be too committal in terms of saying we're definitely going to do the Salon today, because I just don't know how long it's going to take us to get through all of these priorities. But, it's also fair to say, right, like the incentives are aligned as far as... I do kind of want to see what this stuff is like. So, all right. So I think, first of all, I'm going to get my tablet. So just bear with me a second. I feel like I should be cleaning this thing. Just a second. Okay, sorry about that. I just I've been taking notes with the tablet. So if I don't have it, then I get a little lost, and that's going to be important when it comes to working out the various actions that I want to take. Also, I seem to remember reading that there is an update for iOS. Yes. Okay. So sorry about that, but wanted to get this sorted out. Okay, so I've got some notes here for the Salon. Now, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to consult my uh-oh. This is a little alarming. I think I might have lost a... Huh. Oh, wait a minute. No, I remember now. It was on my tablet. I made a few different tables in terms of the different skills and such that I could commit. So just as a actually, I should also, maybe this is something that I should write down for myself. So under elements of the soul, currently we have Fet, 1, health, 1, Trist, 1, Whist, 2. And then I'm going to eventually want Arab, Metal, Faust, Core, and Shaft. Okay. So I'm specifically just plotting out in terms of how I want to navigate the Tree of Wisdoms, because right now I haven't committed anything. And so I have a few advantages in terms of working out my path. Now, because I'm playing the Magnate, I have I don't want to say a suboptimal, but I have a path that's sort of unique for my particular character. So Horamachistry. That'll be 1 through 9. Bosk. Again, 1 through 9. Hushery. And again, 1 through 9. Now, the next highest level would be Nyctodromy, which would start at 4. And then it's Ithistry, Birdsong, Preservation, Scolacosophy. And then Illumination. So the reason why I want to take the time to organize this here is that Horamachistry, Bosk, and Hushery are going to be the 3 that have a level 1 skill. Now that has some implications in terms of what I put into it. So for instance, ideally what would happen for me is that I get some languages early on. So like Aracapean is an example of a language that can go into the Hushery slot. And the reason why I want to try and take care of those languages first is that they they don't really get me a whole lot if I level them up. So if I spend a lot of time leveling up something like Aracapean just so I can put it in a slot, that's kind of a letdown. So one of the things that I'd like to do is sort of seed Horamachistry, Bosk, and Hushery up to a level where I'm able to basically where I want to get them up to a level where I can start populating some of the other branches of the Tree of Wisdoms. But I also want to make sure that I'm not locking myself into particular choices that will make it harder for me to sort of commit as much as I can. So, for instance, when it comes to Horamachistry, I think Deep Mandaic. I think Deep Mandaic is one of them. Ericapean would be one for Hushery. I think Fusine might be Hushery as well. So already there, right, I potentially have a 1 and 2. I'm pretty sure Kernwek Henevek is a Bosk one. So is Kilisimi, actually. I'm just trying to remember if there was another Horamakastri one. I'm really drawing a blank on that. It'd be a little weird if it was 2 for the other 2. Anyways, you know, it's not that big of a deal to look into, but like, this is one thing that's kind of worth considering, right? That potentially I have 6 languages that I actually want to take the time to commit to the Tree of Wisdoms first. And that means I'm going to want to find people who speak those languages before I... oops, sorry, just got a notification. I'm going to actually want to try and take the time to talk to those people that know those languages before I commit too much to the Tree of Wisdoms. So again, I don't want to be too tight-fisted in terms of the Tree of Wisdoms, but you know, there are a few considerations when it comes to these details. Now, let's take a minute here and think about preliminal meter. So preliminal meter can go to illumination or ithistry. So I guess the bit of good news here is that I don't have anything on illumination or ithistry. So the minimum for those is 5 or 7. So in this case here, preliminal meter actually just makes some sense to upgrade on its own. And the other thing that's nice is it allows me to use an occult scrap. So I think for this one, I'm just going to say preliminal meter, throw that in here, give it the FET, give it the occult scrap. There's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms. And then what I can do there, I can add someone's card to the collection. I guess it would be Yvette that most recently visited. So for what you might call occult correspondence. So let's give it, I'll also go to the Sweet Bones. Well, I guess I was going to hire someone. So let's wait a little while on that before we commit. Cloudy day, okay. But will they come when you do call for them? Now, it's a little bit less critical for me to keep the occult scraps here, because I have the newspaper. It's a little bit easier to generate those now, but I'd still ideally like to make use of them when I can. Now, I did just get a my little alarm go off for my laundry, so I'm going to need to step away for a little bit and just move it into the dryer. It shouldn't be more than a couple of minutes. But what we're going to do is we'll hire a miner so that we can take care of the blockaded stairs. I'm pretty sure I can handle that, but I'll maybe write that out just to be sure. The nice to have is the throng descent. And then I believe with Reverend Timothy, I think we can get up the shrouded stair, but I should double check that. Anyways, I know it's taken me a while to sort of get started and talk about what was going on. Again, I wanted to make sure that we sort of had everything in place before I went too far into the session, but I'm feeling pretty good about where we're at. So I am going to take a quick minute to get my laundry sorted, and then I should be good to go for an hour while they dry. So I will see you all in a little bit. Okay, sorry about the wait, but we are ready to go. So it's going to be about an hour before I need to take care of the laundry again. I figure we should be able to make some good time in the meantime. So one of the questions that I have for myself is, how do I best manage the remaining books that I haven't read yet? Actually, you know what? Before we do that, let's actually work out a game plan for the miner. I'm sure I've already done this, but unless I have it written down, I should make it explicit. Okay, so it looks like I have a bunch for the I basically have a bunch for everything that isn't the miner, so we're gonna deal with that right now. Okay, so a miner starts with 2 scale. So health would give them 1. So that's 3. The tool would give them 1, which is 4. Fear would give them 2, which is 6. Now, I'm trying to remember. So I think I have to give up the... Oh. That's good to know, actually. For some reason, I thought that there might have been 2 scale there, but that's clearly not the case. Now, if I give them beef... roast a beef joint. Some real possibilities there. Okay, so let's say that I just went with the ham. Making sure that I'm not going too nuts here. That would be a shame to give up the skin. Well, actually, the skin shuck mead wouldn't be relevant in this case here. The cuckoo honey would be a bit of a shame too. So, okay, let's say... so the mackerel would be 7. Okay, so if that's the case, or the ham, if that's the case, then we give them, I think it would be Domain Reveille. No, sorry, Roscragan, or sorry, Strathcoin whiskey. So that would be 2 and 9. Okay, so we definitely have what it takes to bring in one of the miners for our work. So we'll start that right now, right? Assistance from a miner. In spring, the local miners travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. So we're working on moving up the stairs. I think there's a reasonable call to be made for that, but doesn't really answer what we do with the tryst and the whist for the rest of the day. So I have a couple of options available to me. One would be to try door and wall. And there is actually something kind of tempting about doing that. So we'd set aside a whist to read the book, and then we'd do the tryst and the whist to generate the elements of the soul that we need. So I think what I'll do here, we need to find a pattern. Yeah, you know what? We don't really need to get clever with this. So we take a pattern, we'll read advice on containment, then we'll get a foresight with the tryst. And we'll use the whist to read the work when the time comes. Okay, so we'll just load up the miner to begin with. We'll start with the fear. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. We'll also use the health in a little bit. The skill is now level 2, its power aspects have also increased. Now again, I don't want to do this trick too often, so most of the skills that I try to commit are mostly going to be level 2 ones. Hello, Mikasi. I don't need to freak out too much in terms of committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms, but I do need to be clear in terms of what I'm actually going to do, and I haven't really figured that out yet. So this is one of the reasons why I've been trying to pursue new skills rather than doubling down on old ones. But I am eventually going to have to make some calls. And I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the ham instead of the mackerel, but I will get a cater and hero order in. Well, we'll wait for the reading to finish first. Okay. Advice on containment. Thirza Blake discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and Mantis things in it. Thirza is irritatingly light on specifics, insisting above all that the duties of an adept are the duties of a host, and that a conjured spirit should be kept in as luxurious a vessel as possible. Thirza notes the similarities between the lantern-long habit of scrying, returning to the physical world despite their absence of a body, entering a mirror or a light, and Pomander's techniques of confining Mantis Long to mirrors. She wonders whether Pomander himself might be lured to visit Hush House if provided with a sufficiently alluring scrying. Okay, so this is a little bit of a worry, but let's just see what the numbers do. And in the Mallory, a lively account of the creation of each jewel at the world's beginning. Lively, yes, but almost entirely nonsense. Pearl, the tears of the forgotten moon, caught by the lionsmith in his net. Ruby, the blood of the first bird, stung by the lionsmith's hammer. The author is either terribly misinformed of the nature of the hours, or, one begins to suspect, intentionally throwing up a smokescreen to confuse seekers of the invisible arts. But there are some useful crumbs of fact to be picked out of the daft and gaping cracks. Okay, so I want to take a quick second here, remembering that our goal right now is to read the Journal of Walter de Wolf. So if I want to try and do that, what we would do here is we would say Journal of Walter de Wolf, and then we'll use the whist for the element of the soul. We have to have that no matter what. Now, Bells and Braziers is not the best option, I don't think. No, sorry, it was Bells and Braziers is the best option for Forge, and it was Anbury and Lapidary, which was better for Sky. So the highest memory that I can put towards it is the Foresight, at which point we can add the Spanners. When you need them, you need them. The drawback here is that we're really relying on a memory to come up. Maybe some art, but really the memory is going to be the thing that saves us here. And it's not at all clear that that is a reasonable expectation. So perhaps you provided Forge, but not enough to match the Mystery Forge. If you are lucky, you might still succeed. And the reason why I'm a little cautious about this particular one is that I've got a lot going on, so it is likely that I am, or well, possible, maybe not likely, that I'm going to forget to check this at the appropriate time. So, it is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. So, obviously we still have to work with our mining friend, but we'll work alongside each other. So, now we add the hourglass. Proffer a tool, I can lend my assistant something to help, increasing their abilities. So again, we're looking for, we can sometimes just get lucky because of the mood that takes me, but really here we're looking for either the memory, or we're looking for the art, or we're looking for certain types of furniture. And of course, we'll have another round with the miner before the choices need to be made. Okay, so next up, Strathcoyne Whiskey and the ham. So, Strathcoyne Whiskey, the collector has collected a distillery, it seems. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. So that is 8. Oops. Let's try that again. And then there's a couple of other things I want to do. Okay, we're already bringing back the whisk. That's good. There was another thing I was going to try, and I think I forgot. Oh, right, Cater and Hero. I think 3 should do because we're going to use 2 with the miners. Maybe 4. Scratch tiny symbols on the flimsy form. Interesting, it's every other one. Okay. So we're going to send that off. It'll take 3 days, but it's not in a rush. Post a completed order form, provide money equal to the cost. The postmistress will make out the postal order. Complete the order. Okay, so we have 2 soul and 1 relevant furniture. So the relevant furniture still probably saves us. So better now. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So good news for us. That's the last of the books that we needed to read. Obviously, we're not fully out of the woods yet. The postmistress signs and seals the order and places it in the place that the stamped orders are properly placed. Wait 3 days, she commands. We need to actually put the correct piece of furniture in place, but I have every expectation we will succeed now. All right, let's take 1 of the ham. Something to eat. I can offer my assistants something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. Okay, no elements of the soul, so we'll just let that run by. Still wants an element of the soul. Okay, the sustenance has boosted their aspects appropriately. So we are ready to move them up, but in this case we're going to talk to them just so that we can get the memories. I could encourage my assistant to work with them, or for a little while exalt them. Or I could just listen to whatever they might have to say. Alright, stretch my legs and change my point of view. Increase relevant aspects by using comfort. So I think this is a Grail one. It is. So I'm just trying to think which of these would be a good sturdy forge chair. It's a little easier if I just mouse over like this. Okay, now this doesn't count as a comfort, this counts as wall art. We may be in the unlucky situation where we don't have forge comfort. What a pity. Yeah, clock counts as wall art. I don't think... I mean, I'm double checking because obviously this is one we'd rather have work for us for a few reasons. But it's not looking good. Oh! The bucket of ashes, long cold, but they faintly remember the fire. I don't know why the librarian is staring into a bucket of ashes, but they find great comfort in it. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. It is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. And gossip. So we're probably not going to make much use out of this, but it doesn't hurt to have something to set aside for bedtime. The Journal of Walter de Wolf. Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron Brankrug, was grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Haffren. The de Wolf line might have ended here if Seneschal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with a dying Giles. Walter, though nominally siding with the parliamentarians, manages to stay out of the war, but in 1642 his son Brian runs away on the night of his 16th birthday and joins a royalist army. He is captured and returned to his father, who pleads for mercy and gives his parole for his son's good behavior. In 1648, Brian runs away again to join a royalist uprising. Walter writes of news that Brian has been seen on the field of the battle at Gear Camp, but that his fate is yet unknown. Walter writes one last entry about his fear for his son and the future of his family. There the journal ends, but the extensive account of Walter's collaboration with the architect Gregory Wheelock includes some usefully esoteric information. Tikri, lovely to see you again. How are you doing tonight? I hope your internet is treating you a little bit better. So door and wall, one we were looking for, and another foresight. So I think we have room for one more foresight, but oh, nope. We are going to shift things along, so... Acquire door and wall. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. It's not too much for me to do for the rest of today. I definitely have a few memories to take over with me. So at some point I would like to figure out whether or not I want to read any of these books here. So all of these are ones that I'm capable of reading. Damascene Traditions of the House of Leith, maybe not. But these four I'm capable of reading, but they're at a lower... they're skills that I already have. And so, yes, I can double them up. But like I said, I want to be a little more intelligent about how I navigate the Tree of Wisdoms. The more likely candidate for the next reading, I think, would be Colors in the Liver. So 6 Grail is not the easiest for us to get, but it's worth remembering that the projector allows for 2 memories. And that will be, I think that'll be the key. So we can't, for 6 I would need to make sure I have everything. I would actually also need to think about where my second grail comes from. So let's actually take a minute and figure that out. So Stolen Secrets doesn't help us. These are all unread. Yeah, so Stolen Secrets doesn't do anything. Impulses, nope. Storms, intuitions, gossip. Gossip gives me 1 grail, but that's not enough. Patterns, foresight, regrets, fear, hindsight, salt, earth signs, solace, cheerful ditties, contradictions. So what I would have hoped for would be to read something like The Wind's Ruin to get the beguiling melodies and have a satisfaction, but it seems like I don't have a book that gives me satisfaction. Now, if I tried to get satisfaction... Okay, no, because I would have heart, it's actually not a bad idea for me to keep talking to the miner in this case, because if they give me the satisfaction memory, then I would be able to, I'd be able to sleep on that, and then we would be able to watch colors in the liver. So normally the plan would have been, and I'll double check that occult scrap doesn't help me along those lines. It does not. So yeah, normally what I would have done would be to, I would have used the miner in this case, but I have a specific memory I want, so I'm going to just try and keep using that to get a specific memory. Of course, our other option is to take our chances and do what we did with the Journal of Walter de Wolf, but I really do not like relying on that. Better now. And in this case, while I normally would want to open up one of these packages, we have been spending a bunch of money on food, so I'm going to sort of refill the coffers a little bit. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So I'm going to need to make a decision tomorrow whether or not I use... Oh, you know what? I can also wait for a rainy day. So the rainy day might be another way that I can accomplish that goal. So sunny day, if it's a sunny day, we will bring in Reverend Timothy to open up the Shrouded Stair. If it's a rainy day, I will watch colors in the liver. And if it's a normal day, we will use the scale to open up the Root Throng Descent. I've learned something, or perhaps just remembered it. That's 3 moon. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So we'll see what memory we get. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. And intuition. So, you know, would have been nice if we got something else, but let's unlock the blockaded stairs. Someone has filled these stairs with blocks of timber and broken furniture. They filled the timber and furniture with signs to bring shadow and despair. Do they want to prevent an intruder from passing or a resident from leaving? Either way, it'll be difficult and careful work to open the stairs. And we get to pick what we are resting on. I think I'm going to take the Solace. So a lot of this is going to depend on the weather, I think. But that's not a terrible place to be. One thing I'll sort out here, so I will want to make sure that I leave my whist open if I'm going to be watching colors in the liver. I need to keep my health open if it'll be a standard day. Yeah, actually, Whist is the one that I really need to keep open for either Reverend Timothy or for the projector. But the good news is I have 2 of it, so I don't really think we change much over the course of the day. Okay. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go to the Sweet Bones right away in the morning. And that's just because it's a nice little way of counting down the timer while we wait for the weather. So we'll get an idea in terms of what's expected from me for the day. Okay, so we're going to bring in Reverend Timothy on that. We'll just double check that that's what I need. So we'll talk with Reverend Timothy, so he'll have 2. Then we'll get another 2 from Revelation. Or no, sorry, we don't get the Revelation because we have Sunny, so we're up to 4 with the Revelation. And actually, at that point, we don't even really need to use the mirror scope, but I figure we'll give him a cup. Actually, yeah, we might as well give him the mirror scope, and then we can give him a cup of the second flush of Sam tea. Okay, so obviously easy, really easy call to make here. Reverend Timothy's words always run ahead of him, but his thoughts always catch up in the end. Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea, and he'll offer his assistance in return for a 1 shilling donation to church funds. We do appreciate the contribution. Oriflammes wants to sell me stuff. The Ascendant, a Hyksos book. It does give me Edicts Martial, which is nice, but it's also quite expensive. I think this is a case where I'm willing to spend the money. So Oriflammes, thanks you for your custom. Even though I don't directly benefit from it, I do think Edicts Martial is one of those things that's worth pursuing. So, Reverend Timothy, rector of Brankrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally and the gate and the light. So we'll start by talking about the weather with him. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Okay, so not too much in this room for us on its own, but I'll show you why this is a good room to open up. Backstairs, the secret artery of the house. All those abbots and barons and all their crowds of retainers needed their chamber pots emptying and their boots cleaning. These are the stairs that the boots and the chamber pots went up and down. They were notoriously cramped and treacherous. It was a rare year that some poor scullion didn't crack an ankle. It was the Suppression Bureau, at very long last, who remodeled the stairs and put in electric lights. And people say the Suppression Bureau never did Hush House any good. So we have the, I'm so bad at pronouncing this, but Lepidoptery display, heart-centric, a collection of Lepidopteran insects with unusual characteristics, and Lepidoptery display, Grail-centric, a collection of Lepidopteran insects with unusual characteristics. So on its own, this doesn't really seem to have a whole lot, but we have the rattling bridge. Each time the wind makes its rounds, the whole bridge shakes. On its thresholds, there's a serpentine knot mark in brown blood. The mark is fading, and it still trembles with the power of the spirit that waits in it, a great servant of the old house, perhaps the last of the fine-takers themselves. I must pacify it with a suitable offering before I can pass. And in this case, ink is sufficient. So I obviously have a ton of Peribiot, which binds to the one whose name is there written, a minor ink of power. So we'll open up the rattling bridge. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. So I want to see if I'm able to brew a little more ink. Yes. Not all knots are physical. I can brew an ink which ties the naming to the named. So that's just replacement. And then my Fet and my Trist I can use to open up the various containers. So I'm actually going to start with the box of rarities. Something small and rare. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. So I think the rest of the elements of the soul for today are going to be spent on opening containers. We've definitely got everything that we wanted as far as interactions are concerned. We're opening up the bridge. We're going to be opening up the shrouded stair. Let us take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Let's get the mirror scope. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. So opening a package with Fett, opening one with Trist. I'd love to go to Crowcross Sands, but again, we want to take care of the packages that we have first. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. And what I'll make sure for today is that the last thing that I do with the whist is to actually open up one of the containers. Because again, we're doing okay for money. I did want to try and just push myself a little bit back on that replacement for the ham. But seeing as we've sort of done that now, so we're back to our expected level. All right, and as expected, there's a ton of books for me to catalog, which means I'm probably going to want to be a little cautious before I start committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay, we have the year tally, a chitty worth an additional year of life, scrupulously obtained through carefully balanced thaumaturgic magic to the cindered tally of the Madrigad. Some authorities claim it's difficult to lose a pot of Peribiad ink, but they haven't visited Hush House. It's also impossible to lose a journal in Hush... Wait, where is... all right. So just want to make sure I don't have any more packages that I was... Oh, yes, actually there is one. So let's just take that bag of tricks. In fact, the easier thing for me to do is just mouse over cache. Yep, we're good. So 5, and I'm sure there will be a little bit extra in terms of opening up some of these packages. So something renounced who threw this overboard. So sometimes these things become, sometimes these things get a second layer, but we will be fine. Okay, so Cater and Hero second flush Assam. Tea from the land of the real unicorn, imported by Cater and Hero. I can offer my assistant something to drink. Now, we're not going to use Reverend Timothy to open up the Shrouded Stair right away. What I am going to do is just talk with him. It'll be longer, obviously, but we'll keep talking with him just so that we can get some memories to take over for the next day. Again, if we get a satisfaction, that's so much the better. But the real focus here is just going to be on getting something to take overnight for the... Down to the Grussians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. Really we just want to try and make the most of the day, so there's no advantage to me opening up this room earlier. I have my whist, you know, I can renew some things at the Sweet Bones, but there's really nothing saying that I absolutely have to do that at an earlier point of today. The real thing that I'm going to be focusing on is, you know, can I get a miner in the, can I hire a miner and level them up to 9 scale in time to before the end of spring? And we can definitely do that once more for the Root Throng Descent. I think the Shrouded Space is probably better for me to use Mr. Kill. So I think, yeah, I think it's better for me to hire the miner once more. I mean, maybe there'll be something in the dawn period, but I doubt it. We kind of already know the game plan. Now, one of the things that I'm interested in is, obviously, the Salon will be an opportunity for us to, abandon luggage, long past the help of any lost and found. So we're long past the point of, we're getting to the point where we will bring people in for a Salon, but that's also an opportunity for us to experiment a little bit in terms of the different things that we can do with people when they visit. So for instance, does it cost me an ink to bring someone in? That's not a big deal if it does, but I'd like to know before I commit to a kind of a partial. Well, basically, I want to give an idea in terms of exactly what I'm giving up in order to bring someone into Hush House. The next thing is, if they visit, am I able to learn a language from them? Right? Can I bring people back, not necessarily for a salon, but maybe just to to get them to get something from them? Maybe give them a book, maybe talk to them about a current event. There's a number of different things that can happen. And I also want to know how quickly can I bring someone back, because maybe it'll be that I bring some people in, but they won't return as quickly as I would have hoped. So all of these are sort of open questions right now because I haven't used the address book yet. And Cured says, "Good evening, System Shock. Got stuck training tonight, despite not being a trainer. But I hope you guys have a good stream." Good luck with your training. I hope you and your students get through it. But thank you for saying hi, and I hope it's not too burdensome. Sorry, I just noticed I did try to do an update for my phone, and then nothing seemed to happen, so fair enough. Well, I hope it's a decent session all the same. Okay, so we'll keep talking with Reverend Timothy. Again, we're not going to get too much done for the rest of the day, but we'll get enough done. So I think, counter to my inclinations, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to open all of these packages first, and then I'm going to catalog all the books. Now, we have a lot of books. But I also know, I kind of know my tendencies, so I know I will find one way or another to to get through them. Oriflams, thanks you for your custom. All right, so let's put this on the foreign language shelf. And again, I'd really like to find something to do with the occult scrap, but it's a nice to have, not a need to have. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. I feel like that would be a decent description of me and my coworkers. As in, I'm the one talking, in case anybody's uncertain about what I meant by that. There's going to be a little bit of a dance that I do for this. So the Nocturnal is going to be something that I use the Tryst with. And then I'll give sort of the Whist and the Fet. They'll take care of sort of the Dawn and the Solar. Better now. Okay, so I did say I was going to use the Whist for opening things. Something rare. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. And I can get one more chat in with Reverend Timothy, so we'll take the opportunity. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. I'll share a bit of a fun story from yesterday. So on my way to work, there is a like an art store. It's in a mall, right? So it's not like I'm walking to work and I'll see this store, but there is a sort of like art store. They normally focus on like paints, but they do have some sort of drawing materials and such. I think they have like a framing section as well. And I have this book. It's just a Penguin Classics. It's Ovid's Fasti, which I have a feeling would be one that's relevant for the Book of Hours audience. But unfortunately, the sort of the glue on the back kind of came undone, so the cover hasn't quite fallen off, but it does sort of flap open a little bit more than it's supposed to. And, I'd like to fix that if I can. So I took a look online. So it's like, I kind of know you don't necessarily just want to use glue for that. Hallowed Anthropodum, yes, it's human skin, but it's not just human skin. So yeah, you don't, so like a good example would be, it's like, well, I have crazy glue. So like, why wouldn't I use crazy glue? Well, it's very brittle when it sets, and I'd rather not have my book crunch every time I open it. And then there's, the idea of preservation and so on and so forth, right? That this is a already used book that I've got. It's the old Penguin cover. And, my hope might be that one day when I'm no longer using it, or otherwise it's no longer in my possession, that someone else might be able to enjoy this book. So I took a quick look online. It's like, okay, so if you want to sort of repair a book, what do you look for? And in this case, it was acid-free PVA glue. So unfortunately, I can't just, take Elmer's glue. PVA, there's lots of different types of PVA glue, but apparently I can't just take Elmer's and expect good results. So, stop by this art store, and, I'm completely lost. So eventually I get one of the staff members like, hey, I was wondering, could you help me out? I'm looking for acid-free PVA glue. I was like, oh yeah, it's right in the back here. It's like, bookbinding or repairing one? And I'm like, oh, that's awesome. I was like, I'm repairing one, but you never know, you never know where your next hobby's coming from. So, and sure enough, I went online to take a little look into bookbinding. What a completely fascinating subject. I'm sold. So if you ever want a rabbit hole to go down, or maybe, for all I know, some of you are bookbinders already. So I'm cutting it a little close, but I do want to see what the memory is. We'll probably go for the storm, just because it gives me a little bit more than the solace, but I want to see what we're waiting on. Okay, another solace. Nothing too special there. The Shrouded Stair. This has long been a holy place, but the Menace Gate has withdrawn in her favor now. Someone has shattered a mirror on the floor. The shards wink from the gloom. Something half-seen flits from shard to shard, avoiding my gaze. Unseen, no matter how quickly I turn my head. Only once it's pacified will I be able to pass safely. Alright, let's tuck away that storm. Dream on a memory. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Now my option here, I think, if I hire the miner, will be to use the earth sign. It just seems to be the best option in terms of preserving my elements of the soul. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So I actually don't think it matters what the weather is today, so I'm going to hire the miner right away. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. And I actually have a specific idea in terms of how I'm going to make the memories and such work. Okay, so we'll talk about health. I'm ready to lend my limbs. Boosts heart, scale, and nectar. Alright, another sunny day, so that doesn't change too much for me. I will keep cycling the whist. Again, we might as well make some money, but I am going to open the containers. So, something especially tasty. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. So one thing that might be kind of interesting to do here would be the harp should help. So if I take Trist, and then if I add the storm and the sunny, so here I would be looking for something with sky. Yeah, the wistful air doesn't do that much. Oh, wait, but... Well, even then, we're still not even... We're definitely not high enough. Yeah, we're just going to leave that be. The temptation is to start cataloging these books right away, but I do actually want to get the containers taken care of. We will work alongside each other. Okay. So we will use the glass. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. So the aim right now is to just augment the miner with all of the different things that I can do that don't involve the memory. And the reason I'm doing it this way is that I will have the option of talking with the miner later and seeing if I can maybe, you know, get a if I can get a fear from a conversation with them later. If I don't, I have the outside option of using the earth sign, right? It's not a major sacrifice for me to, you know, to just use the earth sign at the end of the day, as long as I have enough time. But talking with the miner may mean that I wind up getting, you know, I may wind up getting that memory for free. Okay, the Radiant Stair. The Watchman's Shrine here is decorated with the Eye Elegabline, a controversial variant of the Watchman's Eye. The Elegabline rites have always had shaky doctrinal status. It would not often have been seen, of course. These stairs were reserved for the choir monks who sang the Liturgy of the Hours, the only ones permitted to enter the chancel. Still, it is a little surprising that the eye was allowed to remain when the monastery was dissolved and the aisle was given to the de Wolfs. Shrine to the Watchman. The Watchman is the hour which navigates, which illuminates, which is not compassionate. So, not much we can do about the Windprowl Gallery yet. We may change that. Actually, you know what? I should be careful in terms of saying that. I will actually work out if we can do something with Reverend Timothy. I should actually do that now. So, if I were to change the way the day goes, so... So if I say Rev T, so he's good for 2 lantern. Could use a whist, which is good for 1. So that brings me up to 3. So it's a sunny day, so we have the memory, which would be another 2. So that brings us up to 5. So Don Lion Coffee. That's good for another 2. So that brings us up to 7. So with the tool... we get up to 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then with the... in fact, actually, it's only 3 that I use here. With the minor... Okay. Yeah. I have a pretty clear idea in terms of how I'm going to spend the rest of the day. It doesn't mean I have to give up my whist, but it's for a good cause. I'm also going to get some serving taken care of. So we have the Strathcoyne whiskey. Serve appropriately. Pour out. And then for the good Reverend, pour out. Poured out. Coffee from beyond the great deserts. Tools boosted their aspects appropriately. Okay, so the minor we've got the health, the tool. We actually, you know what? I'm just going to use the earth sign right away. Another Roxcragan whiskey. I'm running out of space for all this stuff. The favorite tipple of Sir David Green, 8th librarian of Hush House. Something tasty. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. Alright, so I'm still going to bring back the whisk because I'm actually going to need 2 in this case. Oh, we've also got my Cater and Hero delivery. We're going to wait on that for... We'll wait on that just for the rest of the day. Sorry, there's one other thing that I want to sort out for myself. Just a couple of details in terms of my mobile that I need to resolve. Sorry about that. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. Okay, give him a ham. I can offer my assistants something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. So we will be bringing in Reverend Timothy. It's just right now there's not a whole lot that I need to do with Timothy while I'm still working with the minor. We're at the halfway point of the day, so we want to be a little careful on my timing, but we should be good. All right, the sustenance has boosted their aspects appropriately. So now, given that they're at 7, we should be able to give them the whiskey. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. Another amber pumpkin. So I did quite like the description. The final boss of pies. We have the materials we need for that. Now I'm going to move the dripping. I think it'll get its own shelf. Okay, so 2 more containers to open by or for tomorrow. Better now. But at this point, we do want to bring in Reverend Timothy. So speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea. He'll offer his assistance in return for a 1 shilling donation to church funds. Always a pleasure. Should have actually spent the shilling. We do appreciate the contribution. Okay, so with Reverend Timothy, I'm eventually going to talk with him about the whist, the sunny day, so on and so forth. We'll actually restore the whist. Right away, should still be able to get at least one more round in. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie, with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. Okay. Sorry, I just had a bunch of updates go through on my devices, so I want to make sure it is behaving consistent with... Okay, that's what I thought. Sorry, I just need one more second on this. Okay. I'm also going to have to take a minute to I'm just going to need to take a minute to take care of my laundry in a second. Sorry to be so distracted during some of this. It's just I need to balance I needed to balance my time for today, and that in this case it meant using a few elements of the soul to do things that are not streaming. My technical managing should be done in just a minute. Perfect. Okay. 2 minutes for the laundry, but let's make the most of our time. All right. Down to the Grushans. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. So we already have Reverend Timothy in the queue, so let's open up the Root Throng Descent. The roots here are a labyrinth of years. How long is it since anyone has passed this way? Now we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy about the sunny day, talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. So it'll be the weather and the whist right away. Weather, whist, and mirror scope, actually. And then I think it's actually just a question of the Dawn Lion coffee, but I could be wrong. And again, it wasn't raining, so we didn't get to handle the film, but that's fine. It's not a race. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. All right. Collaborate whist. We will watch for what lies ahead. Better now. We did spend a bit more money, so this time I'm going to use it to make some cash. The Deepwell Descent. Each of the great roots here carries a garden of fruiting fungus. Great black bumblebees buzz improbably between them, gathering spores, droning peace. So we have sand, and hourglass, of course, is sand contained by sand. We have the Atlantic amber, sunset's colors, pine's blood, and a tall postle tightly wrapped in oilcloth. So that's going to go to the queue. So we've got the wheel-filled spring, so that takes moon. So in this case, we're actually starting to hit some hard limits in terms of how far we can go into the house without special help. But that's fine, because I mean, again, we've actually made some really nice progress, and I don't think I was expecting to get to the Wind-Prowled Gallery without other interventions. So this is just some icing on the cake at this point. A mirror scope, bewildering and occasionally useful. I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. Now, I did just get my alarm for the laundry. What I'm going to do here is I'll finish off today because it's not going to take us that much longer. And then I'm going to take another break to get my laundry out. That's going to be a little longer than the last one just because I actually kind of need to take it. Like, it's it's done with the dryer, so I'm actually going to have to move it and like get it into my apartment. But once we're done with that, I will be able to commit my full attention to the stream. This tool has boosted their aspects appropriately. Also, it's good that we got the alert for the kind of the bells and the birds, just because it gives us our moment. Okay, are we going to be able to pull this off? A nice drop will take him to 8. What do we need? 8 from the Wooden Prowl Gallery. We're good to go, even if we don't wind up... oh, I can't talk to my coffee. Even if, you know, we don't have the earth sign at the end of the day. I can offer my assistant something to drink. Well, actually, we can talk with them. Talk with Reverend Timothy once. That won't be a problem. For Mr. Kill, so he starts with 2 winter. I have a whist which would give him 2 winter, so that brings us up to 4. We could get up to 6 with a memory. Yeah, and then we get 10 with Solomon's preparation, so we should be able to open up the shrouded space as well, although that's not as high of a priority as maybe getting the books cataloged, so that'll be something that I do a bit later. I wonder if I can get the almonds all on the same shelf. I can. I like how round the pig is. Alright, that's gonna go into the other storage. Ooh, good, running out of space there too. Unwrap, unbox, unleash. So nothing I want to do with my element of the soul can be accomplished before morning, so I'm just going to let it sit. I am going to talk with Reverend Timothy just to see if I can get an interesting memory. We do have the storm already, but down to the Grushins. I'm not so worried about getting something like a... I'm not really worried about getting a fear or something like that, just because that's solving the old problems. I will still get the earth sign just because it's helpful to have around, but I think maybe for that we'll use the Tryst for that, we'll use the Fet and the Whist to open up the remaining packages, and then anything left over can be used to catalog some books. Which makes me think that it will probably be summer when we finally host the Salon, but I'm hoping we can still do that on today's stream. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. The Wind-Prowled Gallery. This has long been a holy place, but the rites have gone too long unperformed. The windows are shattered, and only the wind walks here now. Okay, so we're unlocking that. We are at night, so again, I do apologize for all the interruptions to today's stream. This will be the last of them, but I am just going to take a minute here to get my laundry, put it away, and then I can focus entirely on the stream here. One, to just, you know, our focus is still going to be on opening the packages and cataloging the books, but our sort of medium-term goal here is definitely going to be to host the Salon. So if you want to see that, stick around. And of course, now would be a good time to get up, have a stretch, maybe get a glass of water. I might put the kettle on while I'm getting the laundry just so I can refill my tea. But we'll see you all in a couple of minutes. Okay, so sorry about that. I do need to... There's a couple things I just need to sort myself out on. Oh, come on. Sorry, I just need... I need to get myself balanced. I knocked over a pile of books because I turned off all the lights and I'm sort of stumbling around the apartment here. But to answer your question, Olaf, you know, it's the funniest thing. I went to make a cup of coffee and then, you know, I pour the substance into my mug and it turns out to be this stuff called super tea. And I guess the distinguishing feature of like super tea is that like when you pour it, it starts talking to you and it sort of says, I don't see what everybody finds in this Beowulf story. It's kind of boring to me. And I'm like, well, that's not a very nice thing to say. And it's like, and Vikings, who would ever be scared of those people wearing those horned hats anyway? And I was like, oh, you better be quiet, you know, and I tried to put like a book over it, but then the book kind of got a little warped by the steam and the heat. So I just figured that maybe drinking it and it would stop talking. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I really tried to make it a coffee, but the world planned otherwise, I guess. Sorry, Olaf, I don't know what to say. Anyways, dream on a memory. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. One thing that is kind of nice about this run is that, like, I do feel once I have a number of the persistent memories, I just try to hang on to them as long as I can. Excuse me. So it just kind of winds up making the run feel a little heavier than it needs to. And I mean, I'll get back to that point just because it is convenient, especially when Numa arrives. But oh man, I must have really offended Olaf now. I'm sorry. But yeah, I don't know. It's just one of these things where I'm kind of enjoying this period where I'm not on a excuse me, self-imposed memory treadmill. Okay, so the occult scrap again. That's a knock moth or rose combination that I'm looking for. Don't have 100% clear idea on what I'm going to do with that. But on the other hand, I don't have any immediate need for any of those either. So what I think I'm going to do here, I'm going to start with using the Tryst for Wrapped in the King. And that's just because sorry. I do apologize. I think it's fair to say I probably didn't dust that stack of books recently or something's in the air. Maybe it's the super tea. But yeah, so I want to sort of tuck away the Tryst just because I know it's the one that's actually quite difficult for me to restore if things go sideways. So in most cases, I'll want to use it for something else, something more reliable. So Heart Unceasing, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. We will use the Whist to earn some money. The rest of this is going to be used to open containers, and in this case, let us consider I guess this is the order in which I got it. So, a slim parcel, carefully wrapped in brown paper. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. So again, we have everything in place for the Salon. It's just, oh, and there's the rain we were looking for. So, this changes things a little bit. We'll take the health, and we will read The Winds Ruined, the second volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. Bloodlines only affects Arab and Core, so we're safe there. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And I don't really see much use for the nectar part of the rain. We've technically had 2 nectar available to us whenever we want. So it means right now we're going to be a little bit behind in terms of opening up the different containers, but we're going to be up the colors in the liver. Okay, the Windlet Gallery. In the days of the Brethren, every day this gallery would ring with the liturgy of the hours. In the times of the DeWolfs and of the Curia, there were services here every Sunday. All those times are long gone. This is a house of echoes now. Well, it says super tea. Well, I'll get the longbow ready and we'll have the makers of this so-called super tea and use their skulls to drink coffee. Gideon DeWolf. So I actually think, I don't know if I ever actually read the description here. Hendrik de Wolf evicted the family of the healer Natan from the Barber's Tower, as it was then called. I have rooted out the Barber's brood, he is recorded to have gloated. But his great-great-grandson Gideon, the motley baron, for his brindled hair, restored the power and made it a place of healing again. Of course, the equipment in this room dates from the current century, but Gideon's other nickname was the Cutter. It was rumored that he brought corpses for dissection, even that he was a vivisectionist. The latter was probably a slandered. One way or another, scholars have been cutting up corpses in here for a very long time. There he is. This bust is terracotta, brightly painted. He was feared more than he merited. So in this case, we can even take a look at the description, right? So his great-grandson Gideon, well, what would that mean? We've got Hendrik, son, grandson, great-grandson. Actually, I guess great-grandson would be Musgrave. Did I get this? I still think this is the right order. Yeah, because Musgrave is the Bleeding Baron. Gideon is the... All right, I think that's right, but I can always double check and reset accordingly. Isn't it nice to listen to the sound of the rain? We have a few other things. So driftwood fragments. We've got Ava's Locks, a pale rack washed up on the beach by Brankrug. More Sol Invictus symbol, the eternal symbol of the unconquered sun, all the way back to the Shadowless Empire, even through the wild heresies of the Intercalate. Curious seashell, Brankrug is said to lie in the bounds where the world ends. Odd creatures have made their dying way to the beach. Ublank, a wood sacred to the Malachite, who is called the Ring Yew, but also the tree that the dead pass in the dark. The HMS Carisham, a fourth-rate ship of the line, captained by Sebastian de Wolf in the Battle of Kyburn Bay, lost with all hands. The Windlet Workbench, and 3 uncatalogued Solar Period books. Oh, and also the Carpenter's Stool. So if I want to go further, we have the Echoing Chamber, which is 9 Lantern, 9 Moon, 9 Winter. And then the Ill-Omened Tower, 9 Forge, 9 Lantern, 9 Sky. So I think probably we could get Reverend Timothy to 8. Don't think I should try to get the Ill-Omened Tower, but we can probably try the Echoing Chamber. And of course the Shrouded Space. And for that, of course, we would use Solomon's Preparation, although I'm not so sure with the Alchemist Glass. We'll have to see what we have available for us in terms of the alchemy set. More drinking cocoa. So if I can, I'll try and make use of it, but obviously my usual playthroughs, I tend to hoard a lot of this stuff. Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe and in Egypt and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feastings. While at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries of the cults of Isis and Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess that my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. Earth sign. In the tracks of beasts and the convulsions of his own carapace, in egg vein and shell shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. An earth sign is an auspice traced on the cloaked shape of the earth, perceptible to the sensitive, interpreted only by the wise. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. And if you can just give me one more second here. Almost made a mistake. Just on the tech stuff that I was doing earlier. Okay, so we're going to leave the books or the containers and books for later. The Wind's Ruin, the second volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. Abbot Thomas speaks of his time as a raider when his name was not Thomas but Toke, scything the sea, striving for plunder. Abbot Thomas clearly regrets his storm years, and much of the book is taken up with his thoughts on penitence, but there are hints also that he misses those years and the companionship of his sword brother, ship brother, Trygeave. Alright, beguiling melody is exactly what we were looking for. And we go to the projector. So, rain, beguiling melody, whist. We combine that with pentiments and precursors. We can say, oh. Grail birth. I can master this mystery. Now I'm basically gonna do the same thing that I've done before with the whist. I'll make some money out of this, but I am still going to use the whist for something. So in this case, we'll open up the tall parcel and make a little more progress on our cataloging goals. What I may also wind up doing is I might kind of do some earnings. So like what I might do is I might earn a shilling and then I can use that to restore 2 more elements of the soul before I try and use the shilling to earn again. It'll slow me down in terms of earnings potential, but it'll help me get those books cataloged a little bit faster. Better now. So we can still make some money here, so I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. And I think once the cataloging's done, I should probably get Mr. Kill to start opening up some rooms. We can probably expect a book or 2 from this room. And I'm pretty sure there's books, actually we can see it. Oh, so it's the Yellow Omen Tower. But we can definitely see books inside the Echoing Chamber as well. So again, with this general rule of trying to see how many elements, or how many skills I can get with my existing elements of the soul, it would make sense to try and inventory as many of the books as possible. Okay, we'll make a little more money and then we'll use this to open up the tall parcel. Or the bag of tricks, it doesn't really matter which one. Colors in the Liver, Ilse Bischof's most controversial film, blamed for outbreaks of cannibalistic killings in Tiflis and Leipzig. A gang of heretic priests agrees to strike the fear of the change into the infuriatingly atheist citizenry. At night, they dress as four-winged angels and crawl down chimneys and through windows to savage members of their congregation. The priests are caught by unidentified figures wearing heavily mandibled masks like grotesque caricatures of ants. They are force-fed larvae. A final caption indicates that at dawn, the larva will hatch. So there's a revelation for our trouble. And resurgences and emergences. I have gained more understanding of resurgences and emergences. Acquire resurgences and emergences. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. Not much to do with the revelation. I don't even think we have an option here. I think we just keep the storm for the next day, and then presumably it's one more cache to open, and then we go crazy with the books. Better now. Something tasty. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. So I think the game plan's going to be that when it looks like I'm going to be finished cataloging the books, I'm just getting a quick peek here. I don't actually see any books in the background, so maybe I try to open up the echoing chamber first. But yeah, once it starts looking like these books and these books will be cataloged, we'll bring Mr. Kill in for upgrades. Like I said, it's looking like the Salon may be delayed into summer, but again, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing either, just because I'll have a baseline in terms of the various skills. And of course, if it winds up that, where we wind up in Numa, that is also like that changes things, and it also sort of it changes my immediate behavior, but it actually also sort of frees me up for a little bit more flexibility in terms of how I do things. So again, I just kind of want to keep my options open where I can. All right, now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. So for tomorrow, Trist will open up the bag of tricks, and then from there, I'm gonna throw all of my FET and my whist to cataloging the various items inside here, and then the day following, the Trist will be used to open up the Nocturnal book. And then, the rest, again, we use it to basically catalog the more dangerous books as time goes by. And if, the weather winds up giving me some other opportunity, so much the better. But that's roughly the plan right now. I think once I'm done cataloging Nocturnal, if we don't have any more Nocturnal books, I'm actually going to go to Crowcross Sands just so I can maybe get mackerel or something like that. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. And we will investigate the bag of tricks. Useful, a treacherously subjective term. Does this contain anything useful? Something tricksy. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. Now, we'll wait to see what the weather brings before I go too far. Okay, cloudy day, so that's pretty neutral in terms of what our needs are. So in this case, we will go straight to the books. Catalog a Dawn Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Dawn Period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So there's the Vagabond desk. We use the FET. Again, we'll use Dawn Period. And then finally, now it's a little dangerous to do this with the health, but you know, if I'm cautious with everything, we're just not going to make any progress. So I'm carrying some risk, but I will accept it. And at some point I would like to move the beds, but again, we just have other priorities for today. Okay. Those Who Do Not Sleep. The Mystic Broadnax discusses the origins of the Cisteran Witch and of the Thunderskin. So this is if you've seen text, no curses, but also not something we can read. I think we've got... Yeah, so let's move Wound Wounds in the Berry Book. Oh no! This is cursed! The signs are unmistakable. A fifth eye curse, which has wrenched open the unwilling eye of my soul. We have Geisting. So that will take... Oof! 5 Grail is not going to be easy, but I think we can... I think we will be able to overcome it. In dreams, I have visited the house behind the world, and some part of me is trapped there now, even when I wake. So the messenger awaiting her destination. Limian Burzgash records his prophecies of a city unbuilt and entreaties to its herald. So we will put the Fifth Eye Curse into sort of a... tuck it away. The Scar in the Sky, also a Fusine text. Unfortunate, but there we have it. Just trying to divide up the books a little bit better. Okay, so the Geisting is a bit of a shame. The way I think I'm going to handle it here is we have pentiments and precursors. I'm going to risk something here. I don't know if you can double up a curse. But what I'll do is I'll read the Wind's Ruin. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And I'm going to make myself some cocoa. Or serve myself some cocoa. Actually, I have an idea. That idea will not work. Oh, hang on. I thought I was being clever. But this will not actually let me recover. This will. Crumbs. Okay, well, I have my work cut out for me, but So what I'm going to have to do, actually, it will be easier if I... Okay, I'm going to restore the whist. I think I'll use the sheets in this case. Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Now, at the Sweet Bones, I'm going to restore my health. So tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. So that's 2 of the 6. Arsenic. A poison sometimes known as the message of the swan. We like putting the arsenic at the kid level. I don't think that's true, McCasey. So at the very least, the patch notes said that having an afflicted element of the soul will potentially pass it to another book. Now, I am sort of experimenting with it here. This is mostly just so that I can get some Grail to work with. Now, the idea of them being passed by proximity, that doesn't seem to be implemented into the game yet. But I think the game has been pretty clear in terms of saying that you can wind up cursing books, or you can pass on an affliction with, if you read them with it. And that's kind of what prevents illness from being like a great cataloging tool. Okay, Abbot Thomas speaks of his time as a raider when his name was not Thomas but Toke, scything the sea, striving for plunder. Abbot Thomas clearly regrets his storm years, and much of the book is taken up with his thoughts on penitence, but there are hints that he also misses those years and the companionship of his sword brother, brother Trigev. I may wind up missing out on the storm here, but now... This is one drawback about me not pursuing more of my... might be able to do something with the occult scraps. So I go to the Shrine of St. Januarius and I take the occult scrap. Let's say I combine that with preliminal meter for the sake of the argument. I guess I'd want to use a tool in this case, so let's change that around. Let's do this at the Vagabond desk. So what I'm doing here is really just saying, okay, well, given what I know, is there something fancy that I can try and do here with my rows that seems worthwhile? So like a confounding parable isn't all that exciting. And the real idea here is, like, do I have some sort of a rose thing that I can get basically for free? Looks like the answer to that is no. One other possibility we have... I guess it's Natan's desk that I would want for this. So if we take the Gisting Fete, the Storm, so drums and dances is the real one we want here. Okay, well there we go. I can get a cheerful ditty if I'm so inclined. So we're going to do the same thing with... Okay, so like I can get a free Regensburg bomb out of this, which might be a good idea. Or a Peribiot, actually. I think I like the idea of getting the Peribiot more than I like the Regensburg bomb, now that I think of it. And all of this is just sort of recognizing the fact that it's probably going to take me, it's probably going to be overnight in terms of getting the FET restored. Poured out. TRN Spices and Savors Department markets this as the secret sacrament of the last Inca. Better now. So I do need to wait for the whist to be restored. It is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. I deserved a little quiet time. Okay. So, first things first, we decamp. Hush House is a mansion in many rooms. I'll move to a different one. Some authorities claim it's difficult to lose a pot of Peribiat ink, but they haven't lived at Hush House. So this is more just because I could rather than any necessity, but I figure it doesn't hurt to have more ink. Gather my belongings, refresh the sheets for any guests I might have, ready to move on. Okay, so what we do now is we take the librarian's quarters. Librarians are prone to backache, and the mattress here has always been a hard one, even in Westcott's time. So camp, I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. So that's 90 seconds. Okay, so we're pretty much taking up the day doing that. But that's fine. Okay, so I've restored a whisk. Now I can make some money off of that, but I think it might be a little bit better for me to try and make something more of the day. So we'll restore a tryst in this case, even though we're really only getting a nocturnal period book out of that. We'll take the whist and we'll use that to catalog the dawn period. Or, sorry, solar period. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And we will grab my journal. I think I'm okay keeping the rest of that in the Keeper's Lodge, but... So the idea here is, in a minute, we'll get rid of the gisting with the Beguiling Melody, Pentaments and Precursors, or maybe I'll use Resurgences and Emergences in this case, and the Drinking Cocoa. All right, Cardia's Delights, the third volume of Abbot Jeffrey's Hypothetical Theological Dialogues in the Socratic Mode. So that's an 8 knock text. We do have an 8 shelf, although it's getting a bit crowded. It is now full. Oops. Yeah, not so clear which of these I should attempt to read. So the reason I changed my mind to resurgences and emergences is just I'm trying to think of something I'm willing to give up for a substantial period of time. And in this case, the lower level skills are a little more appealing here. Pentaments and precursors, in theory, could be used to read a more difficult book, although in practice I don't think we're quite there yet. Better now. So I might theoretically be able to use another element of the soul to catalog a book, but I'd rather not risk it here. So we'll just use the Tryst to catalog something from the nocturnal period. Now, that's never a guarantee that it's never a guarantee that it's not cursed, but it's less likely if it's nocturnal. So that's why we're using it for the Tryst. Tryst is a little more difficult to get fixed. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are almost never contaminated. This is a safe place for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. Okay, so we'll take the Beguiling Melody. We can do that because it has a sky element. We'll take the Gisting Soul, and then we will take the TRN Limited Drinking Cocoa. Finally, we need one more Grail, so if we take the Resurgences... Oh, I should have thought that through. Applebright Euphony still has got me, though, so Strong Sensation will bring my wandering spirit home. So that's 3 minutes. Most of that will actually be while we're asleep, so that's not too bad. Alright, the Intimations of Skin, 8 Grail text. I have a couple of ideas of how I would catalog these a little bit better, but I'm just trying to think. Actually, you know what? There are a couple things that I can do here. So this is the really difficult pile, so how about we put those up in the church, maybe? Or I might even be able to get away putting them... you know what? Church isn't too bad. Oops. Now that might be sufficient because we've got sort of the 10 pile here, so this now gives me an 8. And what I can do here, so we've got Grail, 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 Rock, Forge, Nectar, Nectar, Scale, Scale, Lantern, Lantern. Yeah, there we go. That's a little tidier. Can actually do the same here, so... okay... Glimmerings, Forge... Oops. Okay, something a little bit better in terms of just the organization of the library. So we are recovering an element of the soul. We've finished cataloging. Oh, we might as well pay the sweet bones for laundry. Have something cleaned at the Sweet Bones for $1. The Sweet Bones will take care of my laundry. And that'll make sure that we have the Sweet Bones available to us first thing in the morning. So the plan for tomorrow, I think we will cross over into spring. So one of the things that's worth remembering about spring is that we do get the traveling barber. So traveling barber gives us, in fact, I'll write this out just so that I can be a little more sure in terms of where we are on the playthrough. So don't need to worry so much about the existing notes that I put here. I figure I'll just let things play out overnight. I don't need to pause while I'm writing this. I'll pause if the dawn comes, but so barber, good for 2. So tryst also gives us 2. Now let's just say, for the sake of the argument, that we can only get like an impulse or something like that. Okay. Did we recover? Nope. Fresh, clean, dry. So let's say we can only get an impulse. Theoretically, we should be able to get a name day riddle, but I'm just going to go with what I sort of know I can reliably generate. So we're 4, 6, and then shears. So that's worth 1. So that brings us up to 7. Now, this is where it would be a good idea to actually take a minute and see what, realistically, what kind of moth things I have to work with. So I'd be pretty reluctant to give up a skin shuck mead this early on. Now, I suppose if I really wanted, I could give up the almonds. There are, of course, other dishes that I can create. We do have the honey, so that's worth 1. That brings us up to 8. I find it a little funny that I don't have a better moth drink, but I guess it really is the skin shuck mead in this case. Okay, I mean, good to know. So, given the situation, I need to find a way to get up to 10. So I don't have a 4 moth right now. So I think it's fair to say, unless I'm willing to give up that skin shuck mead, I'm not going to be able to use the barber. And that's fine, because that just means that I'm going to direct my attention towards other things, such as hosting the Salon. But the first thing I want to do is see what I'm up against in terms of the various texts. So I'm going to worry about cataloging first. Daybreak. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. With letters, I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Alright, it's cloudy day, and Numa has arrived. Oh, now that's interesting. So we get clouds before Numa. Okay, now this is actually an interesting problem to run into. So first of all, I've actually got a little bit of a problem here in the sense that I've just used up the whist, which is something that I would normally use to break up the quenchings and quellings. So that's going to make my life harder. All right, river, wheel, flame. Time, it has been called a wheel, but my family perceive it as a flame, coolest at its heart, but wildest at its edge. We'll draw a Numa incident, find a suitable visitor for the current Numa incident, or retire the current Numa incident if there are no visitors left for it. So, let's say if I take quenchings and quellings and I smash that up, I'll get 4 many-faceted lessons. So this is the really big dilemma here. This is the part where things get tough, because the fact that I've already given up that 1 whist to work at the Sweet Bones, that stops me from really being able to make the most of Numa. If I were to try and do this with drums and dances, well, that would be a disaster. And I'd only get 1 many-faceted lesson, so that's a good way to waste things. Okay, so I think I'm just going to have to accept this is a less than ideal less than ideal round. Maybe what we can do is we can collect some stuff. So here's kind of what I've been thinking. Let's say that I get the whist back, right? And that's a bit of an assumption already. I'm going to need to take a minute, and then we'll have to restore it in bed. So I need to give up one whist to break up the quenchings and quellings. Then I need to use the whist and the health to level up quenchings and quellings. And I would need to somehow find a winter or a heart to do that with, which I don't currently have. So I just don't really see a situation where I'm able to take those lessons learned and turn them into anything useful. I'll maybe just double check this. So we've got quenchings and quellings. So one whist breaks it. So one whist brings it from 1 to 2. And then one whist plus one tryst can bring that back to 2 to 3. But then the problem is that I don't have any more elements of the soul to be able to do things with. So I think in this case, it's probably better for me to make the most of the season without having without messing around with my lessons. So yeah, this is one of the worst periods I could have. Okay, well there's the Noom Broom. So in theory that would change things, right? So actually I should take a minute and think about this. So okay, I still need to use a lesson and a memory to bring it up to level 1. Yeah. So 1 to break. I'm just going to read this out to double check. So 1 to break, 1 to level, 1 to level, 2 memories. So I wouldn't even be able to get enough memories to do it. But we'll see if we can maybe make something of the season. So let's just see what the visitor is. What moves in the mist, drawing a new Numa incident. Julian Cosley. Is there someone en route to Hush House? Magus, winter-long, controversial philosopher, for an immortal exalted by an hour of silence, especially one who might be dead, he has a great deal to say for himself over the years. The matter of the softer frost, and Numa visitors will be concerned with how and when things end. As long as this card remains, pneumatic visitors will have an interest in winter mysteries. Now, we could try and learn Ericapean from Julian Cosley, but there's obviously there's a price to pay if that's the case. We won't be able to satisfy his curiosity. And I think it's better for me to try... with the wintry texts. So I may have to settle for something like the White Book of Brittany in this case, which is admittedly a 10 winter text, but I'm not sure I have... It's actually a little weird. I would have thought we would have an 8 winter text, but... Oh, there we go. Exercises in the continuity of self. A conversation with Julian Cosley. If Solomon is gone, if Solomon remains. If there is an incident card active, you can discuss it, or you just leave the slot empty to offer a consultation. I'm curious if we have any of the... should take a minute here just to see the books that I have. Sun's Lament, Black Nephrite, Key of Night, Seven Faces of Icarus. Sorry, actually, I'm going to do this in a slightly different way. I'm going to read, so, No Author, Carmine Petal, Lionel, Descent of the Shell from Abbess Melisynth, Dr. Peel, Caller's Secretary. I don't think this is related to Brown Joshua, Agent of the Duties, Codex Acephalai, Barrowchild, Cucurbit Prisoner, Ambrose Westcott, Damascene Matriarch, Black Ellie, Nuriel, Peel, and Elopoli, Natalia Brulot, Mopsy, I'm not expecting much, it's just I want to be sure. Cloud her salt. Actually, I'm curious if... No. Oh, it doesn't take readable. Interesting. Okay. Because, like, the obvious one to me would be to ask him about the Newman text. But we don't have that yet, so that's the one thing I can't talk to him about. I could have sworn we had, like, the 6 letters on necessity or something like that, but... Darn it. I wanted to talk to him about the matter of the softer frost. I'm sorry to do this. I am actually going to reload the autosave. We're going to lose about 20 minutes on this. I suppose I know not to commit the the whisk, though. Mist and silence. The door is open. The fire is cold. The shapes at the tables are hunched and quiet, dressed in furs and dark feathers. Mist presses against the walls and strokes the flagstones with its fingers. A drum taps in irregular rhythm somewhere beneath the inn. Numa. Uncanny labors. The inn is crowded with Numa's heralds and pilgrims. They will be gone by morning. Until then, I could offer my services for payment. I might regret it. And in this case, I think I'm actually going to pick the Numa pair. So, Pyrus orichalcinius in Numa, it develops quickly. The boughs of the tree bend with the fruit. And we have Noombroom, so I think the temptation here is to... actually, what I'm going to start by doing is experimenting with... oh, I don't think we have that much in terms of moon workstations now that I think of it. Well, we have this. I don't really think the Deer Day lens does... Oh, but we can put a tool in, so we can add the... Yep. Okay, so this is going to be about just... Really, we're cataloging the possibilities of our various skills here. I have a pretty specific set of things I'd like to accomplish with the Noom Broom, but I figured it's not a bad time for me to catch up and see the possibilities. Okay, so that's one. We do, well, I guess normally we'd do the same with the rose, except we just don't have that much rose to work with right now. Maybe we'll still give it a try. I think we can probably do that with the Shrine to Saint January, or I guess we don't need to do the Shrine to Saint January, so we can just do this at the Vagabond's desk. Nope, we'll do this at Natan's desk. Okay, so again, we use the Noom Broom. Oh, actually, we have the occult scrap, so never mind. Although here I don't have an element of this, so maybe. I feel like there's a better rose desk for me to work at. Okay. I guess it's the altar then. So I was thinking we do something like the occult scrap here. The problem is we don't really have something for the soul. Which is a shame, because that actually kind of keeps me from realizing the potential here. But we do have the 7 at least, so... Well, I mean, I guess if I want the Curious Hunch... well, that'll just go away in the... That would go away at the end of Numa, so that's probably not a very smart thing for me to do. But yeah, this is the thing that bugs me, right? If I had the lunar globe, we'd be in good shape. Anyways, at the very least, I can get a little inventory on the other rose possibilities. Not that exciting. Okay, so knock. Similar story, actually. Near identical, actually. Well, near identical, but not identical. So if I take the dispensary, I can then add the sacrament ascite. So there we add the Noom Broom. Can add the Tryst. Now, matter's an interesting question. I don't know if I have a flower that I can apply for the knock. Obviously, there's Moth Orchid. I haven't picked it. Yeah, I'm thinking we're coming up short. I'll take a plant just for the sake of having the aspect, but okay, Glassfinger Toxin, Curious Hunch. More or less the information we already had. This one's interesting, right? Because we should have more... yeah, I'm gonna change this up. Oh crap, I can't. Okay, well, we'll do the last batch, but I think I actually made a bit of a problem for myself. I just don't have enough elements of the soul to really investigate this as closely as I would want. Okay, well at least we've got some basics down. So, the one last thing that's kind of helpful here is the whist. So, my preference, of course, is to learn as much as I possibly can. So I'm going to get the Solomon's Preparation and the Blue Crown. Okay. Now that's interesting, right? We've got Snow Stories, we've got 15 Winter, and yet we weren't able to... Ah, Remains. Okay, so we'll bring Remains in for the... Actually, you know what? We can probably do that now with Ariost. There we go. Okay, I have the option of making Millicant right away, which probably is a little strong for the day, but... Cool. Okay, so that's the Remains. I don't think we have any more Winter. So if instead I go for the Blue Crown... It doesn't have to be Blue Crown, it just happens to be that the Blue Crown is a little more helpful. Okay. So what's interesting about this one is that we had Remains. So like Quenchings and Quellings is kind of funny because we've had 15 Winter inside. Well, okay, I guess there's only one 15, so perhaps there just isn't a high level Winter out of this. But yeah, we can chuck out the Solomon's Preparation. Is it the most exciting thing that we're making? You know, that we're using the Noom Broom to make Solomon's Preparation? Not really, but like what else am I going to use it for, right? So, muddle and mix a wintry preparation. Which I suppose invites the question, what am I going to do about the Tryst? Because it seems to me... Well, actually, we can go beachcombing. Gather a Numa. The Numa fog is thick here. What moves in the mist, drawing a new Numa incident? Is there someone en route to Hush House? Oh, different memory, though. A matter of counterfeit memory. In Numa, visitors will be concerned with the tricks and stratagems that might have been used in secret by the Hours. Julian Cosley, Magus, winter-long, controversial philosopher, for an immortal exalted by an hour of silence, especially one who might be dead, he has a great deal to say for himself over the years. Okay, so what we wanted to do was the matter of counterfeit memory. The king or the bell or the city without history. None of them. And what I was really looking for here was the chance to give him a book that he wanted. So what I read, but it will be significant that I have read it. If it were only written, then only the Black Flower. So we're looking for 8 moon in this case. I think we actually have to overdo it this time. Yeah, he's got some 6s. my 8 pile has knock, it's got forge, it's got nectar, scale. So, Codex Acephalai. Ye's the exception, but no exception to eternity can last forever. That's rather the point. Only when I accepted that. So there's not much waiting for us for the rest of today. So what we will do is we will try and restore an element of the soul in bed once we, once the bed's freed up. It would probably be a good idea to do that with the health. And then the question is, do I want to get another Pneuma pair, or do I want to try and get like the Moly or the Aglafotis or something? Moly would definitely be tempting as a cooking ingredient. And I do like the idea of never in Pneuma. Perhaps someone has tried to hold a Salon in Pneuma at some point, perhaps at several points. We'll never know, because no records of an attempt have survived. Alright, Silver Spintria for our trouble. Definitely something we needed. Time, peace, recovery. So again, our Fet. Don't really have anything, but... Oh yeah, I guess if I want my... I need to find something to do with my occult scrap. It's too late. It's the Earth Sign and the occult scrap are gone. That's fine. Alright. Pyrus Oracle Sinius. A peculiar pair with coppery skin that barely dints under the pressure of fingers. I need another place to store all this stuff. So here we'll use the sheets again. I could, of course, use tea or something like that, but this is convenient. So a quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So again, everything's kind of on pause for Pneuma. Ooh, human hair. Of interest to wig makers, cushion stuffers, and crude sorcerers. But yeah, I think the aim here, we're restoring the health so that we can get a second item from Pneuma. And when we are done, so tomorrow we should have most of my elements of the soul back. Obviously, we're giving up the Whist in order to get a higher level of, to get another Spintria, which I think is a completely fair trade-off, even if it does wind up costing me a bit to try and restore the Whist. We were really hurting in terms of Spintria. And then as far as Peel is concerned, this, by the way, I was also quite intrigued by the fact that Julian Cosley does not leave a calling card. So it would have been good for me to get Erica Payan from him. But that time, I was always going to satisfy Cosley's curiosity purely because I wanted to know what the what happened when you did that. So knowing what I know now, I would have asked him to tell me about Erica Payan just so I could commit something to the Tree of Wisdoms. But knowing what getting that knowledge in this case was worth getting some extra Spintria, if that makes sense. I think in this case I'm just gonna, actually no, I should get some variety. So Pyrus Oracle Sinius I should be able to get through other means. And all these a little different. All right. This will be one of the cases where I'm willing to speed up a little bit just because we're really just waiting for Numa to play out. Oh, actually, there's one thing I might be able to do. Yeah, I can actually sleep on the occult scrap to keep it if I want. Only in Numa can I follow the white flowers of Moli to its potent black root. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Dreaming on a mini. There we go. I carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. So we've got 10 seconds left for my uncanny labors, and then we'll see what we need to do to restore it. Alright, and fall has arrived. Afterwards, I don't remember what work I performed, except in Sense and Sensations. Leaf mold, a rhythmic musical clicking like melodious castanets, soft blue flame like antique gaslight, and cold. I remember where we went, it was cold. I've overtired myself, my thoughts are crabbed and strange. So, I don't think I've ever got Shellcross before. Ooh, that's going to be a tricky one to do. My thoughts are tangled and unfamiliar to me, something of those who came before. The Carapace Cross has always lingered in humankind. It's risen now in me. We did get a silver spintria for it, so that was a good day as far as income is concerned. Tough day as far as recovery goes. So this isn't going to help me. Let's think about how I... Oh, no, sorry. I need Lantern. Okay, Lantern... Lantern will actually be its own problem. So I've got 2 from Auroral Contemplations. I have the coffee, which is good. So I actually really just kind of need to wait for a sunny day, I think. Let's make the most of the day while I can. Actually, you know what? Let's see what the weather brings. Any minute now. All right, I'm getting impatient. Let's just catalog everything. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Now again, the Tryst is one that we want to protect, so we'll put that on one of the nocturnal books. Oh, I should have done the laundry. We'll earn money with the whist. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. And let's... Yeah, we'll use the health to catalog. I feel a little unsure about it, but... Again, we want to get through as many books as we can. Maybe maybe we don't get weather. Maybe we already had our cloudy day. So I don't want to host the party until... Actually, there's one other thing I can try and do right now. Oh, I gotta wait for the desk, though. All right, Nin's Cages, the Bruges text illuminated. This is in Ericapean, so we can't read that yet. We have got the Tantra of Worms. The entomologist Juliana Zaltzowski eventually came to insist that this text was written by insects inhabiting a human skin. She never presented evidence for her claim. There are diagrams. The diagrams are not good to look upon. The deeds of the scarred captain, painstakingly assembled by the soldier of fortune and sometimes remittance man Pavel Shulga during his years in Greece. Okay. So one thing that I can do with the whist while I'm waiting is I can take this at the desk and make stuff. So if I take pentiments and precursors, and then now I can add the serpent style glass. So, well, okay, so how many Bisclaver's knots do I really want? I don't really have any memories that can get used in these. Let's do a little window shopping. So horns and ivories, I don't think we're there yet. Yeah. And I think if I try to consider the one that I do have... Oh, sorry, I think it's Bisclaveret. Anyways. It's a half human, half hill child of these parts, and this is its sign. So I don't think I can put the... yeah. So it's not quite clear to me what advantage we have by making one of these. I guess I can make another one because it's free. But I don't know if I want to keep cranking these things out. Use my own tears to trace a sigil of regret. Pentiments and precursors with apprentice level scale creates Bisclaveret's knot, or for a scholar level recipe, trace it on an egg to hatch something that recalls an earlier era. You're back! Fair the Friar's Tapestry, so... oh no, hang on. Right. Different matter. This is actually a tough one, right? Because in theory, we would maybe want some of these languages, although I don't know if we have a lot of Fusine text that I would be able to read right now anyway. So I think I'll probably make him happy. Priest, diplomat, gardener, a soft-voiced man with a very steady gaze. Bless you and bless the house you serve. The Grove of Green Immortals has asked me to look into this. Try a book with as much nectar mystery as his nectar interest. The Greed sages have long been interested in these doctrines, and the Ostorium has long been disinclined to share. The sages are concerned that this might be a Ostorium trap. I suspect they're being overly cautious, but I have learnt over the years to take their instincts seriously. So Fekri's herbery is a little strong for what we need here. Don't know if I have a weaker nectar book, though. All right. The herbery. Oh, he can't read Aramaic. Oh, dear. It's like the one language you can't read. Okay. On the Friar's Tapestry. You know I had to manage Galmier's reincorporation up in the mountains of by the Grove? I wish I'd known these techniques back then. It was the most difficult thing I've ever done, and I think she'll most likely return to the Mansus anyway, although at least I can tease her that she smells of hummus. Salfea, wonderful to see you, and I think you are at work based on that icon. Very good to see you. I appreciate you stopping by again. We were delayed on the party just because the special season of Numa arrived, but it was a good time had by all. Tubbins will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. For those of you who don't know Salfea, she's a wonderful Australian broadcaster who tends to also stream later in the evening by the standards of by the standards of sort of Eastern time, but of course a perfectly reasonable hour in Australian time. But particularly for those of you who may wish that I started at a different time, I can definitely highly recommend Salfea, just simply because they're a wonderful broadcaster, and a broadcaster who is usually going to be online at those times when I'm not. So keeps everyone happy. A difficult tangle of lines. All right, so let's find a new spot for this. Temporary maybe, but now I can keep making those if I want. But I don't want. In fact, if I can, I would prefer. I really should feel quite nervous about reading this many books. With a curse. But in this case, I am going to get the, I'm going to go for the lantern. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. I just don't have any memories that I need to preserve in this case, so if I can get this back tomorrow, so much the better. Alright, Bronze Spintria for our trouble, and just a reminder of the encounter. The Affair of the Friar's Tapestry. A tapestry has been stolen from the Ostorium that depicts details of a very old rite indeed, one that may only be performed at Gladwin Lake when the moon is ripe. Exactly what it might renew is unclear, but almost inevitably someone will try it anyway. So we have MCO Lee has researched countermeasures at Hush House, hoping to limit any damage caused by the rite. Dr. Southey's patient believed that he would be reborn at Gladwin Lake beneath the moon, and she decided after visiting Hush House that it would be futile to try and prevent him from going. Always the tide. Dr. Peel went off to watch the rite at Gladwin Lake, intoning sinister names, Robigo the Generous with Hosts, the Crown Growth, or Tuccio. And Father Stanislav, or Father Schaller, came to Hush House to investigate the possibility that the rite was a Hostorium trap, and mentioned, perhaps only in passing, that he had managed Teresa Galmier's reincorporation. So still plenty to do. I think in this case, I'll settle for restoring a few elements of the soul. In 25 seconds, I will take the librarian's I'll restore my damaged whist in the librarian's quarters. Sunrise Awakenings, an uncharacteristically poignant meditation by the edgelord Trog of Marianid, who later came to Hush House under a variety of other names, often in search of some sort of fight. If light were not silent, it would be music. If music were visible, it would be light. Each day's light, Trog suggests, is faintly touched by the light of every past day, so in the light of every present day we may begin to understand something of days to come. At least this appears to be his conclusion, but he stops mid-sentence, apparently having lost patience with the act of writing, or possibly having been ambushed. So we got the revelation so that we can heal my whist. I suppose I didn't actually need the memory now that I think of it. Oh, I do need to pour the coffee. Pour out. Pour it out. Okay, so there's the revelation. Use the coffee. And a skill. So my alternative, of course, could have been not to have the coffee and just use the whist, but You've supplied enough lantern. So we don't get to keep anything overnight because of the time that it'll take, but that's fine because we're going to be using the sweet bones to recover a bunch of elements of the soul anyway. Better now. Yeah, I think we'll bring back the health. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the sweet bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Alright, so we will catalog the remaining solar books. We of course run the risk of getting hit with a malady, but them's the breaks. We're not gonna be able to do anything with these books if we just keep them uncatalogued. So there's always that risk, but we do also have a game plan in place if something happens. I think the main focus though is going to be to try and restore the sheets. I think a lot of my elements of the soul, when it comes time for the Salon, will be spent bringing the people in. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents, the secret colors, so that's going up in the too tough section. Book of True Blood, again, too tricky. Though fortunately not cursed. Actually, we should maybe take the time. So we've got 14, 12, 14, 12, 12, 12, 14, 12. There we go. It's a little more in order. There must be order. All right, I am happy with that. So one more solar and then we're on to the sort of less scary books. And again, at some point I do actually need to use Peel's card. It's just I don't really know what to do with the occult scrap yet. Alright, better now. I think we'll get an early start on the laundry. What am I doing? Right, cataloging. Catalog a solar period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So yeah, I think the likelihood of me doing the Salon is not... I think, like, we're probably past that point. Here's why I feel comfortable delaying it. So, we haven't had much luck in terms of being able to read the books that we have access to, but we have 8 more books, all of which are baronial or later, which have a tendency to be a bit more readable. Medusa's Lament. Okay. More 7-coiled. So I think for this one... Move the carmine petal over. There we go. But yeah, so if the books are too difficult, that's one thing, right? We say, okay, too bad, you know, it might have been nice to read a little bit more, but we know we're not getting any more skills out of these things. And that's fine. That's a completely legitimate finding out of the work that we do here. But I also know that I am going to open up a room which has books. Potentially 2 rooms that have books. And again, because we know that the Salon will give me lessons, it's going to matter quite a bit whether those lessons improve something that I kind of need to put the effort into, or if they wind up improving. Like, I don't know how much freedom I'm going to have in terms of using specific lessons that I get. And so what I would like to do is I would like to have as broad of a set of skills to work with at the start as I can. And then if we get to that point where it's like, okay, I really need to actually figure out what I'm doing with the Tree of Wisdoms now, right? We've lost any runway as far as getting the putting off committing some skills in. Again, that's fine. I'm not committed to running through all of Hush House without committing an element of the soul. What I do want to do, though, is have a really clear idea of saying is like, okay, these are the priority ones, right? So like Horamakistry, Hushery, Bosk are going to be the 3 pillars that I'm going to work with no matter what. Like, that's always going to be the case. And what I want to be sure of in this playthrough, fresh, clean, dry. I think I'm gonna do... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna get Mr. Kill in today. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. Sunny day, so sometimes we would talk with sometimes we would talk with Reverend Timothy about this. But yeah, anyway, sorry, I think I was, I kind of lost the plot in terms of what I was saying before. But yeah, basically, I want to have a really clear idea in terms of what elements of the soul I'm going to put more weight on over the course of the playthrough, of the, in terms of trying to get certain things leveled up. I want to have a clear idea of what those ones are, just so that when I get the lessons, I can make the most of them right away. Okay, this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And we will do the same with our health and the baronial period books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And finally, with the Fete, we'll do the same for the baronial period book. So effectively ignoring the sunny day. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. So first thing I'm going to do is get him leveled up on the things that I need. So in this case, we'll give him Solomon's preparation right away, a nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This also will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. And I may have already created a problem for myself. Yep, didn't write this down. So let's just take a second here. So Mr. Kill. So he starts with 2. We give him Whist. That gives him another 2. That brings him up to 4. We don't have a winter tool. Oh, we do have memory. So that's another 2. That brings him up to 6. Right, okay. And then Solomon's preparation, which brings him up to 10. Okay, so yeah, we're just waiting on the memory. Which is fine, actually. We'll just talk with Mr. Kill, and maybe if we're lucky, we'll get a hindsight or something like that. Okay, the Twin Serpent Tantra, which does not have a curse, it's level 8, so we can put that beside Cardia's Delight. We have Kionet Abydos. Now that's one that we should be able to read. However, it has Snow Stories, which is one we already have, so we will put that in the duplicate pile. And the Orchid Transfiguration's A Birth. That is an 8 Grail text, which also has resurgences and emergences, so I'm going to actually rearrange things a little bit. No reason for this one to be treated special. All right. Yeah, so once, until we get our Whist back, we can actually just keep talking with Mr. Kill, and like I said, hopefully we get the hindsight. If not, I mean, we'll just restore the, you know, we'll restore the Tryst or something like that. I think what I'll maybe do here is I'll restore another Whist just so I can finance the next little round of recovery, and then we'll work with the Tryst, seeing as the memory is the very last thing we need for Mr. Kill. So once we're done chatting, I'll talk about the Whist. So the Gossip doesn't give us much, but that's fine. We'll take what we can get. Collaborate Whist. We'll watch for what lies ahead. Boosts Winter and Lantern. Now, if I'm so inclined, I do actually have the Pale Marrow, but that would be a little unusual. The other thing, too, is I could use the U-Blank, but again, that's 2 consumable items that I would be giving up in order to bring him to something that I can easily obtain by reading a book. So this is why I'm taking the time to restore things at the Sweet Bones. And then, of course, the other big factor here is that I'm not going to use my Tryst for anything but reading books. So I can even just keep the Tryst in reserve, and once we start getting closer to the end of the day, you know, I just use that. So in this case, we're going to keep talking with Mr. Kill, because he may wind up giving me a memory that I need. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. So we're starting to run out of time. I mean, maybe I'll just use the Whist and the Tryst to catalog more books. Oh, there's the hindsight we needed. Perfect. So exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So we'll still talk with him about, well, whatever we can, really. One, it might give us something to sleep on overnight. Again, we have a different set of, not a completely different set, but we've got Lantern, Rose, Sky, and Heart, whereas here we have Scale, Forge, Knock, and Heart. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. But yeah, so, what have we got here? I think what I'll do, I'll bring back a whist. You know what, I might actually just try and bring back everything. Because I don't see a situation in which we're going to use a... I don't really see a situation where we'll use the barber. Alright, well, something to think about. Let's get everything else sorted out. So Ava's desk will use the Tryst. Now, I don't have any more Nocturnal Period books to work with, so if it's Curia Period, rarely contaminated, and if it's Baronial, rarely contaminated, so equally bad option, or equally good option, depending on your perspective. Figure we can do another Baronial. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And actually, we can just put these in my inventory at this point. Okay, that fear would have been something we'd hang on to usually, but doesn't work in the librarian's slot. I'm not going to lie, there's a side of me that says I should really just toss Peel's card into... You know what? I think I'm going to... I think I'm just going to toss in Peel's card. Okay, The Republic of Teeth, an eccentric political tract by Valentine de Wolfe. We do not yet have Serpents and Venoms, so this is exactly the sort of thing that we were looking to work out. It's actually a shame we can't keep the Memory Fear, because that's exactly the sort of thing that would push it over the edge. Basically, we would put this here, Memory Fear. Pentiments and Precursors would bring us up to 5, and then the glass would take us through. Actually, I can do this with the winter, or with the whist. It's not the best because I'll probably wind up having to give up give it up for the morning, but you know what? I'm still going to run with it. Yeah, so we really only have 2 minutes, and I think that's going to be... I think we're going to be like 10 seconds over for dawn, but I think that's fine. I think I'm willing to do Republic of Teeth just to save myself the fear. It's roughly... what it works out being, really, is it's roughly equivalent because I'm saving myself the effort of generating the fear elsewhere. But there we go, Pentiments and Precursors. We take the Serpent-styled glass, and then we read the eccentric political tract. Scale unearthed, I can master this mystery. And I was originally going to break and put Peel's card into the address book, but it actually occurred to me we may need Knock Moth or Rose to read one of these other books, so I'm going to avoid the temptation to waste it. Hello, ever-waiting sleeper. I should just caution you that I am getting ready to wrap up, but thank you for stopping by. We didn't wind up doing the Salon just because I did get hit by Numa, and we have an opportunity to catalog a few more books and just sort of spread out the skills that I have. But I expect we will do that on Friday. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So right now my option is the Solace. Actually, Solace or Gossip, so we may want to think about what the next one is, but we might as well wait for Mr. Kill. more I think of it, actually, the gossip makes a little more sense. We could theoretically use the solace with weaving and not working, but the gossip is interesting because we have 2 rows. We can combine that with the occult scrap and impulse. So I don't think the impulse helps. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Yeah, we'll do the gossip this time. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Okay, Mr. Kill goes up to the echoing chamber. This has long been a holy place, but the voices of the monks have outlasted their prayers. A surly muttering circles the room, picking up speed as it goes. Each time it passes me, it almost manages to articulate my name. On the Republic of Teeth, an eccentric political tract by Valentine de Wolf. Valentine suggests that rulers should be elected to govern by serpents, not their subjects, for the serpent, being cold-blooded in its nature, is incorruptible. And we'll get the rest of that in 20 seconds. And what I'll do, actually, I know we're almost half an hour past the finishing time, but I think what I'll do is I will use my Elements of the Soul to catalog the final 3 books. And then that'll just get us started for the next day. Catalog a Curia Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are barely contaminated. I'm just going to change this up here. So whist for that. Actually, whist will make us, well, health can make us money too. Manual labor. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. So again, clearing out all the books first, and then where I can, we'll get Mr. Kill to open up the shrouded space. Valentine's initial proposal is that a college of electors should subject themselves to the bites of venomous serpents, which he grades and details, preferring the least dangerous, and should allow the resulting deliria to guide them in their choice of people's representatives. He becomes concerned, however, by the practicalities of ensuring equal quantities of venom in each case, and gets halfway into a proposal for using birds instead in the selection process before giving up mid-sentence. So we get intuition for that, and serpents and venoms. All right, now I think I had an intuition collection. Yep. Collect the rest. Learn serpents and venoms. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. Not quite clear what I would do with the intuition. Maybe something with the fet, I don't know, but... And Oriflamme's is offering the 7-fold slaying of the 7 coiled. Tempting. Little rich for my blood, though. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. And here we go. 3 solar period books. So I'll add those to the inventory. The Chapter House. Here the monastic superiors would meet to manage the affairs of St. Brendan's and to resolve its disputes. Here in 1349, the last trial of the last nuns of St. Brendan's took place. 2 were executed for the murder of Abbess Nona, supposedly with perversions of the healing arts. Nona was the last abbess of St. Brendan's, and after the trial, the monastery never accepted female novices again. From the wide windows, the sea is always visible, beating on the rocks below. I do that in this playthrough. I've changed it each time. So the first playthrough I did, I actually had rooms sort of dedicated to different subjects. But this time around, it's just a little bit easier for me to keep track of things by memory. Salon in the Chapter House, peaceful with excellent acoustics, although a little drafty. Here one might have elevensies in the morning and afternoon tea later in the day. Neither should include any intoxicating drinks. We did also get Nona's desk, which is helpful. It's a pure nectar desk, which is nice. Okay. Inum Kepinglingpur Garki Krippus. So this one isn't cursed, although I'm going to have to shift everything over a bit. That was a little much. No! Don't you hate it when you're trying to organize a library and you pick up a candle instead of a book? Crossing to Noon. The mystic Garcia Sowry gives a picturesque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, Prince of Wines, and Ava de Wolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. The Known Unknown Tantra. Been a while since I've seen this one, and this is a Watchman's Paradoxes one, so I believe we have that. Yep. Carlos Garcia Sowry, the ecstatic mystic of the Pyrenees, was known to recite this in 3 languages, though he had never visited the subcontinent. Okay. So one of the first things that I would like to do is restore some elements of the soul so that I can catalog these books. If there aren't any books in the Shrouded Space, these would in fact be the last 3. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Another move that I might want to make is to actually start thinking of some of the books that don't have... like I don't have the skill for. So for instance, sea stories we already have, so that's not as big of a deal. Sacrolamea, on the other hand, is not a oh no, sorry, that is a skill that I do have. My bad. As they used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So let's earn some elements of the soul again. Rest and refreshment summer. It is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Okay, spices and savors we have. Insects and nectars we do not. Rights the roots we do. We do not have ink lore. So, of course, there's the other question, which is, where do I put them? I think we'll put them here. Coil and Chasm. Serpents and Venoms. Yep. Definitely don't have Inks of Power. Do have Great Signs, Great Scars, do have Resurgences and Emergences, do have Desires and Dissolutions, do not have Trides Mahaira, do have Applebright Euphonies. Better now. Alright, let's keep going, so I'll restore another Whist. And we'll employ the Fet right away. Oh, before I do that though, I wanted to see... So I've got this Shrine to St. Januarius. So if I take the Fet, this, in this case I get to take my 2 Rose memories, but I also get to add an omen to them. Okay, so that's... Oh wait, that's Edict's Liminal. That's not what I'm looking for. So Preliminal Meter. Okay, so this is interesting, right? I might want to make the Enduring Reflection in this case. So even if it means that I don't... even if it means that I don't make the... or I don't catalog the book, an Enduring Reflection is something that I can... I believe that is a persistent memory. So yeah, Pearl and Tide. And then of course, this gives me my excuse now to add Peel's card to the address book for what you might call an occult correspondence. But will they come when you do call for them? I do feel a little unsure about not buying the Sevenfold Slaying of the Seven Coiled, but it does feel kind of bad, especially because I'm going to be trying to get some languages. It does feel kind of bad to take out most of my worth in terms of Spintria on a book that will be one of the last that I can read. I'm quite happy though that we've got a full not a full address book, but ooh, Peel needs a lot. But yeah, I think it's the right call here to keep the Spintria. Okay. I'm going to bring back one more whist, but I think this is just so that I can make money with it. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s to 1500s. If I can examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Oriflammes thanks you for your continued interest. This book may become available for purchase again later. So, yeah, one catalog. If we don't get an affliction, we should be good. Malachite Supplications, that also has Tradisma Hyra, so I think... Actually, I don't think it really matters. Technically, I still have an easier time with Moon. Alright, with Keeper level Rose, an enduring reflection can give rise to visions of wilder possibilities. But yeah, so tomorrow, what I get to do is I will bring in Mr. Kill. So that will allow us to open up the Shrouded Space. Now that potentially gets me an Octonary, or well, not potentially. That'll get me the Noctonary. It also works out rather well because I can apply the Fet and or Trist to the Solar Period books. Again, I prefer using the health in this case. Better now. I prefer using the health in this case just because I know the Trist is a bit of a pain for us to try and get back. So the Whist is going to be occupied with Mr. Kill. The Fet will be used for cataloging, the health will be used, and then the Trist can either get us a backup. That'll be our backup for memories, or we'll find some other use for it. And what I think I'll actually do is... I won't do the full day tomorrow. I know I said that for today, but I will get at least Mr. Kill queued up and sort of get the basics down for the day's investigations. If nothing else, I just kind of want to see what the two solar books are. Now, I could theoretically do the check here as well. So for instance, Disciplines of the Hammer. There are a few things that would be kind of nice to add to the list, but we know well and truly that we'd be getting multiple lessons there anyway, and they're also the difficult ones for me to do. So I'm not going to worry about organizing the level 10s, at least until I've got, you know, like once I have maybe some things leveled up and a clearer idea of where we go next. I might change that, but I think right now we're starting to hit the limits of what I can do with my existing elements of the soul. So this will be the point where I start considering bringing in the special help. But I'm not going to do that until we say, okay, we've well and truly explored what we can. There's no more books. And again, the priority would be to host the Salon first, just so I know a little bit about how that works. And we still have plenty of time in summer, so I think that's still a reasonable expectation. All right, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So we'll speak with Mr. Kill. We will employ the FET towards cataloging a book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. We will apply the health towards the same purpose. Another sunny day, so nothing really to stop my day's work with. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. We'll watch for what lies ahead. I'm not ready to employ the Tryst yet to generate the memory that I need. In this case, the Tryst is just, I'm holding that in reserve so that I have the option of reading a book if I need. And then this whist is going to be to earn some money. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. Against Vitruvius, a 14th century treatise on esoteric mechanics and parahydraulics by Abbot Ranulph, best known now as a Mason architect. So we already have Lockworks and Clockworks, so that's going to go into the overflow zone, which is overflowing. Well, can't win them all. So, health, sick, I have become unwell. Does give me a little bit of winter to play with, I suppose. It's kind of nice. This is going to cost me 5 health to get back, which isn't too tough, but it's not a cakewalk either. So, a chilly nimbus numbs my hands. A theoplasmic contamination, your health and this item are both contaminated. The 3 and the 3, the Vatican manuscript, church-authorized version of an older text. This book describes the chancel and the calyptra, 2 triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has been clearly reworked to fit church doctrine. Now, I thought... yeah, it's this one. So we'll move the Dear Day lens. Okay, so it wouldn't hurt for me to take a minute here and think about how I'm going to recover the health. So the good news here is that I don't need to move locations. Actually, you know what? This is easier than I thought. So if I take the drums and dances, so that's worth 3. If I just get a storm, then that's good for 2, and then I'm still going to need some kind of comfort. The linens are actually an option here. So really what we do is we just talk with Mr. Kill. The likelihood of him generating a heart. So turns out I am going to catalog the books and talk with Mr. Kill a bit longer because that's the type of person I am. But let's at least get some basics down. So first of all, we want to give him Solomon's preparation. Yeah, and then from there we just need the memory. Down to the Greshens. Okay. So let's talk. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. That's something to enhance Mr. Kill's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. Unlike some assistants, Mr. Kill can make use of wood. Better now. Okay, so at this point, I think we'll just keep with the help with letters. So the difference here is that what we're really waiting for is the... we're waiting for the party. So I think tomorrow is off the books because it's just going to take too long for us to recover the health. The day after, I think, is a reasonable target. Especially because with the shrouded space, like we know we'll get to the shrouded space. If we have to, we'll use the tryst to get it, to get the memory. But the thing is that if we can get Mr. Kill to generate both memories, that's even better for us. Of course, the other thing I need to confess is that out of all of the books that we got, absolutely none of them changed the equation as far as, like in terms of the whole idea of like delaying the Salon because I wanted to see whether or not I could wind up with some extra skills or something like that. That didn't turn out, right? None of the books that I got changed the equation. If I'm lucky, I might be able to read some of these and get some new skills. But absolutely none of these are ones that I can sort of read on my own. All right, that's what we needed for Mr. Kill. So we're going to talk with him about the regret first. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. And yeah, I think we're gonna wait to the bitter end for that tryst. And it's mostly just because I know I'm not going to be getting the health back anyway. Although I could have made a free Eigengrau. I still can. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. So again, here the purpose is just to provoke Mr. Kill into giving us a memory that will allow us to recover the health. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. I don't think I'm going to be able to restore it for anything else, so we're just going to hold on to that tryst and see what the day brings. More foresight. So now's the time where I probably want to make some hard choices. We'll see what comes out of this. The surface of the substance is difficult to resolve, almost as if it wasn't there at all. Perfect. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? So, that's exactly what we needed. So what we're going to do now is we're going to use the tryst to go beachcombing. Mr. Kill is now ready to open up the shrouded space. So if the wards on this place were real, they would be heavy curtains of black velvet that stung the grazing hand. They aren't real in any meaningful sense of the word. I'll still need to dispose of them before I can enter safely. And finally, we take my sick health, we take the storm, we take drums and dances. So that's the 5. We actually just needed a solace, but in this case we'll take a basket of clean linen. You've supplied enough heart, so in 3 minutes we'll be able to recover. So like I said, tomorrow is not a good time for the Salon because we need all of our elements of the soul to be able to invite everybody. But the day after, I think, is when the invitations go out. Barring, the revelation that there's some books in this room or something like that. But even at this, I think at this case, at this rate, I think it's fair to say that I have enough to sort of move forward, and even if I wind up with a couple of awkward lessons, I have enough runway after the Pneuma. And I have enough of an idea, like I'll have enough information at that time to be able to say, okay, I have a rough idea of what I want to try and accomplish. So, okay, so we did actually wind up with another Curia period book. That's good to know. The Night Gallery. In the 1850s, and in deep secrecy, Natalia Brulot built the Night Gallery into the foundations of the Gullscry Tower. Behind this heavy steel door, the Curia, and later the Suppression Bureau, kept treasures too difficult for common view, but too relevant to consign to a deeper vault. If anything difficult might hypothetically have been inclined to creep up the stairs from below, it would have been discouraged by that door. So I have a lot of items in here. So we have an urn of ashes, some poor soul who probably won't mind if they're repurposed for a worthy experiment. I probably wouldn't. Whispering Sand, white silver sand in which the voice of the wave lingers. We have the first answer. A vast moth spirals towards a burning sun, alone in the star-specked void. Chack, Valentine de Wolf's magnificent green cockatoo. The painting is signed by Valentine himself. Leaves in the Wind, a soothing but undistinguished work in oils. Someone evidently was good at trees and they wanted you to know it. A bargain. A serpent laps at the blood that drips from a sewn closed mouth. Our benefactor, evidently someone who donated to the Curia but preferred to remain anonymous. The boy prays. There's no sign of a boy in this distorted, menacing image, and no one seems to be praying. Crowcross Sands at high tide, a gloomy study of the sea in gloomy weather. As above, so below, a framed page of illustrated vellum. Up close, the colors dazzle and puzzle. Our benefactress, evidently someone who donated to the Curia but preferred to remain anonymous. The wheel still turns. A shining spoked wheel with a vaguely organic look turns beneath a full moon that holds her finger to her lips. And the first end. A single candle burns against darkness. Its flame is the crescent moon. Also Lethe, a dark and syrupy liquor favored in unnamed forest villages, and rose pearl, surprisingly common in these waters. We have Thomas de Wolf, the bust carved from limestone. You can maybe see why they call it Hush House. And the shadowed stair, the shadow here is a sentinel. To enter it unprepared is to risk dissolution. I must bear a memory like a torch in the dark. So we need a 3 of any of these aspects. It has to be a memory, but it can't be winter. So the easiest option here is just to use the enduring reflection. And we have only one more de Wolf. So, second Baron Brandkrug, who saw what had not yet passed. And if there's any doubt, Thomas de Wolf, second Baron Brandkrug, who they call Baron Silence, built this observatory in 1576, by happy coincidence, just in time to observe the passage of the Great Comet in 1577. Maybe it was a great comment, too, but... I also know what I want to do tomorrow, so I'm definitely bringing in... Oh no, hang on, I've already taken care of Mr. Kill, so... Oh, pilchards! Pickle them alone, or they're pretty good on toast. My pantry runneth over. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Now, I really mean it this time. I'm going to bed, but can offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. We do have a book to catalog, so I might as well do that. Catalog a Curia period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Rainy day, so if I wind up with the Fet, if the Fet winds up afflicted, I probably have an easy out. Alright, well. And the collapsed cellar, the roof has fallen in, we will need to dig it out. So this one is beyond me. So in this case, let's take the time to catalog the relevant books. Catalog a nocturnal period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And in this case, we will not send out the invitations. It's very clear I have other things to do now. And the room itself. The stair tenebris. There were shadows here in the earth long before the foundations of the house were laid. They retreated before the Romans' burrowings. They quailed before the sun hymns of the brethren. They've slunk away before the blades and pistols of the barons de Wolf. Over all those centuries they shrank, until at last, when the Curia of the Isle sunk this stair, they could recruit one as a watchdog. And here we've got the Velvet, an hour of secrecy, ignorance, privacy, shame. The Velvet has never encouraged insight, investigation, or worship. Even an image of her is unusual. Okay, the Amalgam of the Red Rose, an 8 forged text. So put that beside Ambrosial. Excuse me. The Singlefoot songs, so this is a new one, Hill and Hollow, so this is a bit of a higher priority for me to read. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Husan, near to the Grove of Green Immortals, but never too near. And the Invisible Opera, unfinished recording of a 1911 attempt at a performance of Wings Within Wings, the so-called Invisible Opera. 12 actually winds up in the too tough pile. Okay, so unless I want to do another cycle of actually, sorry, there is one more thing I'm going to do. I want to restore the Fet just as a signal to myself that I want to catalog this last book, because again, if we're going to invite everybody tomorrow, I need to have every element of the soul. In fact, as it is, I might as well just do the catalog, and then I don't need to remind myself. Time, peace, recovery. So one of the stories I sort of fancied was I would maybe take I'd maybe restore everything. I'd spend the money to restore the health, but with the presence of these books, it makes a little more sense for me to do the cataloging, and then we can have a clean start tomorrow. So better now. So we'll get the whist back. If nothing else, we just want the money so that we can better cover the laundry bill. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And the Lake Fusino recordings of the folk dances of the Fusine marshes. So another companion. Feels a little strange to have the phonograph records just sort of sitting on a ledge like that. Maybe this is one where we can say... I'll put these in this room. Okay, I am well and truly done now. So, where are we sitting in terms of the overall playthrough? So first of all, we've got quite a bit of the house opened up. We have a couple of tricky ones for us just because I have not committed anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. But in the grand scheme of things, the rooms we need to open up, 9 Forged Lantern or Sky. We also have 9 rows for the Squawkful Logia. The Broken Bridge isn't, like, on its own. Again, that's also a 9, right? So 9 Edge, Forge, or Knock. So all these are sort of in the same category. 8 Edge, 8 Grail. And again, it's just because I haven't really put anything into these values. Also 8 Heart or 8 Knock for the Wounded Room. Once we start trying to get lower, this is where it starts getting a little scarier. So 10 Grail, 10 Moth, and 11 Heart, Nectar, or Scale. So these are ones where I really don't have a story yet in terms of how this is going to work. Also, we have the proper First Dawn room of 10 Moon or 10 Nectar. But the thing is I'm really not expecting to go into any of these rooms. Like, I'm kind of happy that I've already gone this far on my own, and I think there is a point where I will wind up hiring some people to go further into the house. But that's not really what the main goal is right now. The main goal is to, first of all, host the Salon to see what it's like. And then from there to start saying, it's like, okay, well, clearly there are some books that I can read, right? I've got these 7 that are within my capabilities, plus Singlefoot songs. And then I think it's fair to say that I need to spend some time figuring out exactly how I want to navigate the Tree of Wisdoms. And I'll probably, if I can, one of the reasons why I've been holding off on this is that I actually want to sit down and maybe work this out for myself on my own time. And I just haven't had the time in between sessions to get that done. But I think it would be a good idea for me to actually just spend a bit of time saying, okay, here are the skills that I think are most helpful to have up to like level 9, and what are some of the other ones I'd be willing to sort of set aside. So I don't know. We'll see where this all winds up going. But I think we're in a pretty good spot. So again, just for a recap, tomorrow in game and Friday in the real world, we'll start the morning with all the invitations. And I've actually already worked out how I'm going to do the invitations. So the plan would be so I think we just do Elements of the Soul for... so Element of the Soul and Foresight for Serena. Eason, I think we just need an Element of the Soul. Stanislav John Schaller, as long as we use Health and Drums, we can bring him in. And then Agdistis... I don't know what this note says. Agdistis is actually a tough one. Because in order to invite him, We need sky. If I'm using Peribiot, I don't have the sky. Why did I think this would be easier? Oh, maybe Solace? Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm going to take a minute here to work this out just to make sure that I've got this right. So for Serena, she needs Forge. So yeah, Foresight with Bells and Braziers, that's fine. So that's a total of 2 elements of the soul. Eason Fekri. So Fekri wants heart. So quenchings and quellings. So yeah, Stanislav John Schaller. In that case, is we use the health. Okay, so again, doesn't really matter which one. Okay, so Serena's Foresight. Eason, Stanislav. Ecdistis needs Solace, but then he also needs an element of the soul. So I actually need to restore an element of the soul. Okay, that's fine. Unless, of course, I can somehow get the sky through other means. I don't think I can, though. But yeah, so essentially tomorrow I use every element of the soul to invite the guests for the Salon. We already have all the food. And then we'll just see how the whole invitation system works. So we're doing okay in terms of beds. I think if we wind up with a bit of a lumpy ordering in terms of when people show up, we'll probably be able to figure out how to cope with that. But the ideal, of course, would just be, hey, everybody shows up, we invite them in at the appropriate time, we see what happens. I'm really looking forward to seeing the interactions between the characters. And then after that happens, we'll kind of see what the next steps are. But all of that is for a future episode. So thank you everybody for hanging out and watching this early beta of House of Light with me. I am looking forward to doing this on Friday, but until then, let's find somebody to host. I don't have a lot of people online, but I do notice that Tiberiosity is currently playing Final Fantasy XIV, so I think I will leave you in his capable hands. He does occasionally stop by. He's also a fellow Canadian. I actually forgot to check to see if anybody was playing Cultist Simulator, but it looks like nobody is. So, thank you everybody for watching. Neological, thanks for the stream. Have a good evening. You too. I need to get some sleep. So I will not be hanging out in Tiberiosities that long, but I don't know. I need to rest. Anyways, see you all on Friday. Have a good night.